morning. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy. I'm here for the next 4 hours. And happy Sewing Machine Day. It's National Sewing Machine Day. Would you believe? Who knew there was even a day? But there is, yes. The 13th of June is it. So let's see what we've got coming up today. Jam-packed shows, and here's how it's looking. Sewing Machine TLC. If you've bought it, you've invested in it, look after it. We've got all your sorts of TLC coming up at 8 o'clock. At 9 a.m, we've got an Apron Masterclass. We've got Jenniffer Mills in for that. Then 10 a.m, we've got our Fat Quarter Fun. Oh, yes. 11 a.m. is our Clothkits Jacket. That's our Boxy Reversible little number, which we absolutely love here on the show. And I can say it's actually very comfortable because has got it on. Ha-ha. So yes, that's what we've got coming up this morning, but it gets even better than that because today at Sewing Quarter we've got a special promotion for you to celebrate National Sewing Machine Day. Oh yes, indeed. We are giving you, for purchases over £10, 10% credit back into your account. That will then appear over the next month. You will get 10% of your purchase value back into your account to spend whenever you like. There's no time limit on that. Once it's in your account, it's there, credited to your account. You can spend whenever you wish. So, say you bought our top-of-the-range machine for, what is it? It's about £1,000, say. Then you would get £100 credited back into your account. Now, we worked out that is 30 half meters of our Spectrum solid fabrics. That's a lot. So what a fabulous way to start with a new machine and a whole load of fabric, which would effectively be free. So if you spend 100, you get £10 back. 200, you get £20 back. You see, yeah, it's 10%. Yeah. So a lovely, lovely way to get involved here at Sewing Quarter. It's our little thank you back to you. Without further ado, let's see how you can be spending. Now, all your T's and C's, of course, are on the website where you... Oh, there we go. There they are. It's all in there, so just click on your terms and conditions on the website if you want to know more about that. Haha, exciting times. Yay! Now, today we're going to show you... I say we. I've got Jenniffer Taylor here. She's busily beavering away over there, and we'll get to her in just a minute. But first of all, I want to show you the bundles that we're going to be working with, because we're going to equip you perfectly to be able to make sewing machine covers. In fact, everything that's on this pattern here. So we've got, the pattern comes with each of the bundles. So you can make, and there's a great long list. You can also purchase it separately to the bundles, but with oh, it's not in the bundle, sorry, it's purchased separately. And in it, you can get your sewing machine cover, your apron, your pattern boxes. You've got a container in there, an organizer, pin cushion, and a button doll. They are all of your options. We're going to show you how to make that sewing machine cover today. So if you buy the pattern, and then you get the great big bundle of fabric, you've got more than enough to get going. So the pattern is $7.95. JABR94 is your pattern code there. Now let's look at the bundles that we've put together, which are perfect for that. Now, producer Hannah loves this one because of the button fabric, but I love it because of the sewing. Look at this. So you'll get a metre of your gingham and then a ½ metre of each of the other. But look at that. I love, let me get it around the right way. It's going to help, isn't it? There we go. Love, love, love this fabric. Absolutely love it. Isn't that fab? Just brilliant. $39.95 for, well, it's 2½ meters of fabric in this big bundle. So you get ½ metre of that one, a metre of your gingham, ½ metre of your red, and then look at the buttons on sort of a linen effect on there, but you've got all those different buttons. This is one of those things that you look at it, the more you see. You've got a shell button in there, a daisy, a robin, all sorts going on there. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then you get, and this is normally $12.95 just by itself, 25 metres of rick-rack. Yay! 25 meters. It's a fab bundle, decorative. This is your good craft bundle here. So $39.95, you are good to go. 2.5 meters of fabric, 25 meters of rickrack, and off you go. Oh, and you get wadding as well. Mustn't forget the wadding. Yes. Now, in each of the bundles, you get the wadding. So if I forget to mention the wadding again, forgive me, but you do get wadding in each of the bundles. Let's go through the next one. So the next one is unashamedly pretty. You've got 2 different plain pinks, your gorgeous gingham in there, and then you've got your lovely Cuckoo's Calling. Absolutely beautiful. So 1 meter of your gingham, 1/2 meter, 1/2 meter, 1/2 meter. So 2.5 meters in total there. And they are all coordinating beautifully. Now we're showing you various things to make with them today. But of course you could be making your bags, your cushions, your book bags, all sorts of things with it. It's entirely up to you. And of course you get your pink rickrack, 25 meters of pink rickrack in there. It's a bit early for saying rickrack. And your wadding as well. There's a lot of wadding in here. 40 by 40 inches of wadding. That's about 1 meter square, isn't it? Something like that, I do believe. Now, here we go. White rickrack in this one. This is your classic blue and white. So, there's your white rickrack. 25 meters again. There's no skimping on that rickrack. Oh, no. And then, within the bundle here, you've got lovely 2-tone in your blues, in your plain solid blues. 1/2 meter, 1 meter, 1/2 meter, 1/2 meter. So you've got spots and gingham and plains. Lovely classic bundle there. KIGC 72. $36.95. Now, I'm going to take this with me because
hello.
We want to see what we're doing. Hello, Jenniffer Taylor. How the very devil are you?
Very well, thank you. Very good.
Good. Now.
Hello.
We sent you this.
You did.
Hurrah!
Hurrah!
And you decided to make the sewing machine cover out of it.
Well, yeah, I think it's a really nice one to start. You know, when you've got your new machine, you want to keep it in like a little house for it, keep it warm when you're not using it. You know, it's like a cuddle for your sewing machine. So I thought I'd make the cover.
I like that a lot.
It's a cuddle for your sewing machine for when you don't have time to play with him. He's got his little cuddle. It's all right.
Now. It's like a tea cosy for your machine.
It's a huge tea.
I'm going to spin this around over here because I want you to see it in all its full glory. Because here you've done lots of flowers with your rickrack.
With my I've gone mad on the rickrack. They're cute, aren't they?
Really pretty. But then over here, look at that.
I've gone modern twist. Modern country twist.
No, I like because it's a great excuse to use your pinking shears we gave you the other week.
Absolutely.
And then also to use all of your stitches
on your new
machine
that
you've got on your new machine. So here we go. The blue bundle that you've got there, details down the bottom of your screen at $36.95. You're getting a whopping 2.5 meters of fabric, your wadding, and 25 meters
of the
rickrack.
Of the rickrack.
I bet that barely made a dent, did it, all of those flowers?
Oh, gosh, no. I'll show you how much I've got
over.
there. Let me have a look.
So, lots of...
I've still got loads left.
Yay!
Loads there. You'll be rickracking to your heart's content. You really will.
I see bunting is what I want to do with my rickrack.
Oh, perfect for that.
So you see, you could make your bunting out of this as well.
Oh, gorgeous.
All sorts of different ideas.
So
Basically,
many.
when you've got that much fabric, you are good to go, aren't you?
You are good to go.
Now, within the packet, obviously, you get lots of different options for $7.95. You're getting the sewing machine, the apron, the pattern boxes, containers. You've got organisers and the pin cushion. We ran out of letters.
Oh, there's just too many things in there. I really like the little jars, the pincushion jars that's in there.
You can keep your buttons
cute.
in there.
Super cute. Really nice gifts as well. If you do like country fairs, things like that.
So this is your button jars.
With a little pincushion on the top.
Could have anything in there.
Oh, I love it. It's really cute.
This is your button doll. Never seen that before.
It's like a worry doll.
What's a worry doll?
A worry doll is like where you tell them your worries and then you take them to, I think you put them under their pillow. Well, I presume you could put them anywhere, but because you've told your worries to your worry doll, then they take care of them, so you don't have to worry about them anymore.
Amazing.
So sewing worries. I can't do that zip. You'll take it away and you'll be able to do it.
Hey, watching this channel solved my sewing worries. All sorted. Now, Mrs., where are we starting with this?
Well, because we've got such a beautiful array of fabrics, obviously, another reason why I did the little postmodern piece on the back of my sewing machine cover is because I wanted to use all of the lovely fabrics. That's why. Any excuse.
I love
so yeah,
that.
that's why I'm doing. So I've decided to almost patchwork my my cover actually. And I think going back, because obviously it's a lovely sewing machine day today. Happy sewing machine day, everyone. It's a really nice way. Something like this is a really quick project that, again, it's really good. It's going to keep your sewing machine nice and safe. It's going to take all the dust away, obviously, because it's going to be standing out on your table. It's a nice way of getting your machine out and getting to know the stitches that you probably would never use before.
Well, this is it. Yeah, have a play with any decorative stitches or anything else.
So this is your chance to play as well as it being useful for your sewing machine.
So you've done this in 3 parts.
I have, yeah. So this is the one side that I'm doing. So I'm just working with the front at the moment. So I've already gone ahead and done that one side. I'm going to have this lovely cuckoo's nest running down the middle. And now I'm just about to do this one for you, and I get a chance to play with the machine with you.
So this is an adaptation from the pattern.
Yeah, nothing's changing from the pattern. So everything will be cut out to size. I'm just deciding to patch it together first before I then cut out. So we'll do that together. So don't worry too much. So I've gone ahead and cut out some strips of the fabric. So I've got a little bit of cuckoo there. I've got the, is this magenta? What are we calling that? What's that lovely colour?
Oh, look, you've pinking shaded it too.
Well, again, it adds that little bit of detail. So if you wanted it to kind of fray up, to have that little more shabby chic about it, then just cut. But I quite like the zigzag on it, so it'll just make it a little bit more neater. So if you prefer a more neat finish, then go with your pinking shears.
You see, you might have just received your pinking shears from our latest promotion, in which case you're going to be wanting to pink everything.
Pink everything.
Pink
everything.
Heart content.
Heart content.
Heart's desires, all that.
Excuse me.
So is this just a random, any which way you like?
Well, exactly though. It's just a case of playing. So just laying your strips out. So you might want to do this before you commit to your stitches, just so you can get a play with it. So I might go like that. Let's put a bit of rip-rack in.
Everyone loves a bit of rip-rack.
Do a little bit of rip-rack. I mean, you could play for hours with this, but once you're kind of happy with your design, that's when you know when you can go to your machine and start playing with the stitches. So this is the first part of your play. And what did you say earlier? There's it's knowing when to stop. So you can overload this as much as you like, knowing when to stop.
Yeah. When is it finished?
When do you finish?
That's when it's finished.
Okay, so I'm going to stick with the pink for the moment. I'm going to stitch and then just keep layering and layering. So I've just gone very simple with the 4 different pieces there, but you can go wild, ladies and gentlemen. You can go wild.
You know, there are so many times when actually the first time I use a decorative stitch on my machine is when I need it.
Yes.
For a project.
Yes.
So I've always promised myself that I would actually take the time to do like a stitch library and have a play with my stitches, but time just hasn't allowed it. No. So I love the fact that this is a great way to just play with your machine and play with any of those decorative stitches and really make them sing. Because so many of us have got, a few decorative stitches on our machine.
I never think to use them.
No.
Exactly.
Lovely way.
So rather than having some dedicated time, like you said, to doing your stitch library, you do it while you're doing a project.
Yes.
Just start, introducing those stitches while you're doing your projects, definitely. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead with this. I'm going to walk over to my beautiful little machine. Now, I love this machine.
Now, which one have you chosen today?
So this one, I've gone with the 540. So if you watch me regularly, I always use this machine because I do think it's a fantastic one if you are a beginner, but you need to just take it that little step forward. So you always, whenever you buy a machine, I think it's always important to go for what you want to aim for, what you want to achieve.
An aspirational machine.
Yeah.
It's getting that balance, isn't it, between getting the machine that's going to have everything that you want to aspire to do, but that doesn't have too much that it scares you.
So it doesn't overwhelm you.
Yeah.
And for me, this is that machine. So it's got all of your utility stitches on there. So what I mean by utility are your standards, your straight stitch, your buttonholes, your zigzags, okay?
Yes.
And then you get excited because you get your more advanced utility, which would be your overlocking or overcasting stitches, which are these ones here in this area there. Okay, and then you go through a little bit further here, and these ones here, which has 3 lines, they're stitching, 3 lines of stitching. That's actually referring to stretch stitches. So these are straight line, straight stitches. So from 18 through to 21, these are different types of variation on a stretch straight stitch. So you can stitch your jersey on this.
So they are these ones there. Do you know what else with this machine that I absolutely love and I've only just recently found out?
Go on.
Is this stitch here and here. So number 3 here, you'll see it's got sort of a little forward and back. That does your locking back stitch. But it does it automatically. There's
nice,
no having to send the machine into reverse.
Which you would do down here with the reverse button.
It does it automatically, and it does it when it finishes as well.
Nice.
And this one, number 4, that one does 3 little in the same
knots
place
almost,
stitch.
Isn't it?
Brilliant.
So even with your utility, your basic stitches, you're just getting a little bit extra, and this is what I'm talking about. So in here, you've got your next level, more confidence booster stitches. So don't ever just go with something with a straight stitch, because you will grow out of it, and you will be buying another machine. So you're not wasting money by any means, but you're spending more money than you need to. Whereas if you invest in something that you're comfortable with, that's got you a little bit more ready for when you advance to that next step, this is a great one. Then I'm going to show you the big boy on my next hour, which is just amazing. Do
you know what? If you are buying this machine today, then you're going to end up getting 44 pounds and 90 pence back into your, basically nearly £45 back into your account. That's a lot of material.
That's a lot of material.
That's a lot of material coming back
really
to you.
good.
So that would be credited back, because today is 10% cash back into your account day. Woo, woo, woo. Right, what machine are we going to? What stitch are we going to do?
What stitch are we going to do? So with the machine, it does come with different stitches. So at the moment, I've just got my standard stitch foot on. So I need to remove that, because I'm going to go diving in straight away into my decorative stitches. So all you need to do with that is just release. There's a button on the back of your machine, that little black button there. If you pop that, you can see the foot has dropped, so you can remove your foot. Okay. So now I'm going to be going to this one, and this is called a satin foot. So if I come here, that might be easy for you to see. Can you see that there? That's the satin foot, okay? And it just gives you a bigger area to allow for the different types of stitches, and you'll see what I mean when I start going.
So I'm going to pop that on this, which I've only just discovered.
Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat.
You've got like metal skis underneath.
So it skims across, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that if you do a satin stitch and it's slightly raised, it's going to skim over the top. Clever.
Nice, isn't it?
I didn't know.
So this is why it's really, really important, guys, when you do get your machine, any machine, go dig in for the instructions.
I keep mine to hand.
The instructions. They are really, really good. And there's so many tips in there. It's not just about, this is how you turn it on. Lots and lots of tips. So definitely dig that out.
Your machine is not just coming with one foot. I mean, we've got here an array of feet and buttonhole feet. And where's the best place to put this? Should I pop that there for you to see there? It's coming with all sorts of goodies. So when you get your machine, don't just think it's just the machine. You're getting lots of different things. And, you've got things like your zip foot in there as well. You've got your overedge foot, your buttonhole foot. All these sorts of things are coming with it. So actually it's saving you a lot of money, because these individually would really add up.
And something like this as well, like normally... I mean, it comes with it as standard, but you'd have to pay for that separately normally. So so the fact that it comes with it, it's nice. You can just dive straight in.
My old machine, my very first machine, just did straight stitch and a zigzag, and it was my grandmother's. And I remember her saying, "One day they'll invent a machine that does buttonholes." She was a seamstress, and she hated doing buttonholes, and this was her thing.
Be fiddly.
Is that one day we would invent a machine that did buttonholes. It's here.
It's here.
It's here, Grandma. It's here. Right, let's get stitching.
Right, okay. So I've swapped my foot now to the satin foot. How you put the foot on, just to recap very quickly, you just place it underneath the bar and drop the foot down, and then it just sticks on. Okay. All right, so it's really, really nice and simple.
So the satin stitch is a clear foot. You can see your stitches. It's going to go over the top of the stitches if they're slightly raised and more complex. And it's also got a wider swing for the sewing, for the needle to go.
Account for those movements in the stitch, absolutely. So now it's a case of picking which one. So
this is the trickiest bit.
Oh, it's so difficult. So from 22 all the way across to 50, you have got a choice, a menagerie. So don't just stick
47 says producer Hannah. She's straight in there. It's like a bingo cooler in my ear this morning. 47.
Ouse. Okay, so I'm going to go, I think, for number...
47. Is it a good one?
Oh.
It's a pretty one, 47.
Pretty one, isn't it? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, number 47's really lovely. Let's go. See, this is the thing. You could be here all day, people. So I'm going to go 47, which is this lovely little sort of bow. Super cute bow. So at the moment I'm on 01,
yes.
okay, and obviously the buttons go up and down. So you can see that I'm going to have to go through all of these stitches to get to number 47. So what I would suggest doing is go backwards. 47, 49, 48, 47, it's quicker.
Done.
All right, go backwards.
Done.
And then you're just going for it.
Happy days.
So I've decided to go with a big, with a blue thread. So you can see
want these to stand out, don't you?
stand out so you can see what I'm doing. So I've just gone with the standard settings on the machine, but if you wanted to, you could play around with the stitch length and stitch width to get a completely different look altogether.
It's whizzing through this in incredible time,
and that's
isn't
not
it?
If we just stop for a second, here, I'm not even on full crank. So if we come this side, I'm not even on full crank. That's full crank. That was quick though, wasn't it?
It was really quick.
So don't worry if you have to stop, it will just pick up from where it's left off, so don't worry.
Love, 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 love this machine. And we're using the pink bundle, details for the pink bundle down the bottom, 2.5 metres of fabric in that, 25 metres of rickrack and 1 metre square of bonding.
So I'm just coming towards the end here. That'll do. Okay, so we've come towards the end. So that's that done. So you may have noticed that I've not interfaced any of this because I'm going through 2 layers of fabric.
Yes.
That I feel that's got enough structure. If you're going through a single layer and you're going to do some embellishment, as in I was just going to do it straight onto the gingham, I would interface the back of the gingham. But because because I'm doing 2 layers of fabric, I felt, and feeling the fabric, I felt that I could get away with it. But if you wanted additional strength, then put a layer of interfacing on.
So here we go. This is the stitch that we've done. I say we, I just encouraged her. Producer
you helped me
Hannah
choose
chose
the
it.
stitch.
Well, Bill's producer Hannah, bingo caller Hannah, as I'm going to call her today.
47! I'll get to call another one in a minute. We'll do another one.
I love the back actually as well.
There you go.
Look at that. I love that you've got a little bit of the blue coming through there.
That might be a nice little tip. So
it looks a bit Union Jacky.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Do you know what I mean? In a weird sort of way.
Yeah. That's just because I've got a red bobbin in underneath, people.
Yeah, no,
All right. You're going to say something. I can see it. I can tell.
Oh, I don't know. I think I had a message. Oh, Jane from South Yorkshire. Good morning.
Good morning.
In touch already. Up bright and early. Good morning, ladies. She said, Natasha, loving your jacket. Can you please tell me what pattern you used? 11 o'clock. All will be revealed. Yeah, I'm quite thrilled actually to actually manage to fit into this now.
I know.
Yay!
Didn't plan that
a
at all.
message from Nicole as well, who says, "Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Is the 540EX suitable for quilting, i.e., needle up, down function, and walking foot included? Many thanks."
There isn't a walking foot included in this, but I do believe you can get that.
You can get that from Elna.
It will absolutely go through everything. So yes.
It's got the thing with the Elna machines that I have really, even the very basic models that we have, is they've got a very, very powerful engine, and this is what Elna is kind of known for, is having this great engine, which means that it powers through layers of denim, your quilting, anything. This one's got, you know, a good size there, so you can get your rolled
it's a
up
decent
material
size throat in there,
through that when you're quilting.
And also with this machine, you've actually got, you can, it's quite high shank, but you can get under there. But then obviously, if you're going to be a full-time quilter, then the next machine's for you, I think. It's got a bigger throat, it's got the extra lift,
if you can afford it,
but this will quilt through it, yeah.
I think this has, if I'm right, where's that presser foot lift on this one?
I don't think it's got a lift on that one.
Is it?
It
has got the extended lift.
So that's what in the normal position there.
When you put your material under.
So it'll go through normal. I mean, that's quite wide anyway. But then if you press the needle up more, you can see you've got that extra lift. That's the presser there, but it's here. You see you've got that extra lift there, so you can get your quilting through there if you need to. So absolutely, and this is what I'm talking about. It's an all-rounder, fantastic machine that will take you through to the next step when you're ready, but it won't be a quick thing. You'll be with this for years. You
will. Now, Nicole, if you want a machine that's going to come with a walking foot and that is very much geared towards your quilting, that's the next machine up, which is the 680, and we've got that one at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, yes.
This one can be, you just have to buy your walking foot separately.
Yeah. Next one, bingo caller, what are we doing?
Bingo caller, Hannah, give us a number. Oh, she can't see the stitches. Just, oh.
I thought you were bingo calling. I thought
she was bingo calling too. Is it not just lucky numbers? There you go, producer Hannah. Which one do you fancy?
I think number 34 looks nice. But
36.
36.
She's straight in there. 36.
36.
There it is.
So I'm going to go down. 36. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Went so fast, I went straight past it. Okay, so I'm just going to go again. So again, I've kept the same foot on.
And you're not having to pull this fabric through or anything. It's feeding through it nice
it's really
and
important actually when you are doing your embroidery stitches or decorative stitches that you allow the machine to move forward and backwards. It's doing multiple motions, side to side, backwards and forwards. So try not to fight it. But what you will want to do is guide it. Just guide it. So making sure that you're going in a straight line. So I'm hardly touching the material. I'm just letting it pass through. The speed dogs are doing the work, along with that satin foot, so just let it happen, but just keep it guided.
Lovely. That's good. I like that. Oh, what are we doing now?
I just went faster.
Scream if you want to go faster.
Scream if you want to go faster.
Whoop, whoop. Yay!
Okay,
cool. It just does so much work, doesn't it?
Oh, that's really nice.
Workhorse.
Good choice.
Yay!
Good choice.
Next.
Oh, let's have a little look. We haven't got any pink on yet, have we? Should we just go one more?
Yeah.
One more, and then I'll whack a bit of rick-rack on.
What Jenniffer's done is just take elements of the bundle, little strips, and just added them on, and then give yourself a good excuse to have a play with the machine, because you're getting 1/2 metre of each of those and 1 metre of the gingham. Then you'll get it, so it's 2.5 metres of fabric in total, and then you're getting 24 metres, or is it 25 metres of your 25 metres of your rick-rack, and I just took off 1 metre.
It's all right, you've still got another 24 to go.
25 metres of your rick-rack and 1 metre square of your premium polyester craft wadding.
Bargain.
Awesome.
Absolute bargain.
Now this would of course give you nearly £4 back in your cash back.
Bargain.
Yeah.
I love this cash back.
I like this cash back. It's not about what you spend, it's about what you save.
Well, yeah, you're almost getting money off, because we all know we keep coming back. Keep coming back for more. Bingo caller, what number now?
Oh, can I pick number 27, please?
Number 27, let's have a look. Number 27. Oh, nice choice.
Oh.
Number 27, let's go.
Whee! And we're off.
So this is where the satin foot really comes into play, because you've got that, because it's quite heavy, dense stitching, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you need that foot to be able to glide over.
I like to think of the satin stitch foot as being sort of on skis with the little metal runners to slide through.
I would suggest maybe if we haven't got them, I don't think we've got thread on today, but just go on the website, get some extra thread.
Yeah.
You're going to need it.
You are, absolutely you are. But look, it is, I mean, that's a very decorative stitch and a half, and it is really eating that up nice and quickly, isn't it? Imagine that as a border around your cushion, or something like that.
Absolutely.
Pretty. Or around a dress, a little girl's dress, on a hem or something like that. It would also help give a little bit of that extra, just that extra weight on some of the lighter fabrics, wouldn't it? Beautiful.
Super cute.
I'm going to leave you there for a second. I'm going to go and take a little look at our fabric bundles.
See you in a moment.
Come with me. Now, we're playing with the pattern out of this. So in this pattern, you have got the choice of the sewing machine cover. We've also got an apron in there, a container. There's all sorts. Pattern boxes, organisers, pin cushions, and the button doll. If you ever require any form of organisation, I so need organisation in my life, so need it, then this is it. This is the one for you. So what Jenniffer's done for us today is taken this sewing machine cover and gone, yeah, actually, not going to pick just one fabric because love them all. I'm going to take the measurements, but then just do 3 panels, make it my own, and you know, it's my workroom. I'm going to decorate it however I wish. Play with some decorative stitches, do strips of other fabric. It's a great excuse, this one, to really have a play. So what we've done for you is put some lovely bundles together for your craft projects. So you're getting 2.5 meters of fabric, a lot of fabric, and 25 meters of rick-rack. That's a lot of rick-rack, and 1 meter square of wadding in each one. Now, is this the most popular one? You can't go wrong because it's sort of sewing notions themed. I just love this. I'd get it just for this. But you see, producer Hannah loves the buttons. So a 1/2 metre of this fab material. Love, love, love that. Brilliant. It's just particularly lovely. And then you get your buttons as well. And then your classic gingham and your classic red. All in there. You don't have to all use it all in one go. You can make all sorts of different things. In fact, if you grab the pattern, you can just organise your workroom and it can all be themed and it can all work all together nicely. Or maybe this is just going to be a big stash buster because actually there's a lot of fabric there and really useful things like your wadding and your rickrack. Rickrack is something that I've just fallen in love with and realise now just how useful it is. I rickrack everything these days. Right. Pink bundle. Once you rickrack, you're not going to stop. Hasn't quite got the same ring, has it? Here we go. This is your pink. Now, you see, it might be maybe that you're getting all of this because actually the rickrack is great if you're doing bunting or anything like that, in which case then, wouldn't this just make really pretty bunting around your sewing room? You could make your sewing machine cover and then with your leftovers, you could do all of that. So you're getting 1 metre of that and 1/2 metre of everything else. So 1 metre of your gingham and 1/2 metre of everything else. £37.95. Yay! And then the blue, your classic blue. We love the blue. You could have quite a nautical theme going on. Why not? Of course, you have your rickrack. Here we go, rickrack there. And then 1/2 metre, and 1 metre, and 1/2 metre, and 1/2 metre. This looks like, you know, you go into posh men's shirt shops, and they have them all sort of. Yeah. It looks like that, doesn't it? Looks like where they have all the shirts really nicely, all nicely folded. That never happens in our house. That's fab. £36.95. Various different prices depending on which fabrics are in there. That's what the difference is. Now, we've got a canny new tool for you.
I know, I can't wait to show you.
Are we using that now?
Yeah.
Right. This is what it is. Now, we all agreed this morning that this is one of those things that if you went into a shop and saw, you'd go, I don't know what that is, and move on. But it's not a dog whistle. No, Direct Tim, it's definitely not a dog whistle.
It does look
it's
like
not
one,
a seatbelt plug. Guess again. What is it? What is it? What is it?
What is it?
It is. It's a magnetic seam guide. £3.95. A whole £3.95 of your new English pounds. What is this doing and why do we need it in our lives, Jenniffer Taylor?
Well, I'm all about making things easier for yourself. So basically, this is a fantastic little seam guide that is adjustable on your machine. So as long as it has a metal throat here, plate, which we have on our machine, it will stick on there. So therefore, no more wiggly lines, ladies and gentlemen.
So as long as you've cut your fabric straight.
Boom. And if you've got your rotary cutter and your ruler, of course you are.
Right.
All you need to do now is whack that on, guarantee straight lines.
One of the first projects I ever attempted was I got, you know, big girl pants on and cracked open a design roll. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean. You know, it's a big deal, especially when you're not great, to crack open an expensive pack of... Yeah. Of course, my lines were not straight, okay? They were wobbly. Had I had one of these, boom, straight down.
For £3.95.
For £3.95. Now, also, I'm thinking for my quilting, because now I've started that, a bit addicted, my 1/4 inch seam foot... doesn't actually, you know how some have like a guide on the side?
Yeah.
Mine doesn't.
Oh, whack that on. Shall I show you?
Yeah, show me.
Okay, so in our instructions for our cover, it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So I'm going to pop this on here.
Some machines only do in imperial, so you wouldn't have a guide for metric.
No, not at all.
Okay, so we can now put this on for metric.
Absolutely. So I know from the machine, because I can see here that it'll be 3/8 is the same as 1 centimetre. So if I just take that off and flip that up for you, on here. There you go. Can you see that? There it is. There you go.
So your 3/8.
Your 3/8 is almost the same as your 1 centimetre. So it looks like 10. It's 10 mil. Okay. So normally I'd have to really struggle to see where that is and line up my fabric against that.
Right.
Okay. Whereas with this little handy gadget, all I need to do is pop it on.
That's it. It's lined up and it's done.
It's quite...
Is it quite meaty?
Honestly, I couldn't get over how strong that magnet was. It did actually make me. It made me jump the first time I popped it on.
Are you ready?
We're not even like playing with it. It's
so
really strong.
Just guide it along and then pop it wherever you need it to be. This is excellent. Oh, I like.
So now I know that that's butt up against my 1 centimetre. So now I know when I get my fabric in, which I'm going to do now, it's all ready and waiting for us. I've gone back to a straight stitch.
How many of you at home? Okay. Oh my goodness!
Got one of those?
Why did I not have one of these? Well, it just takes and it just.
And that doesn't move easily.
But I'm speechless. I
know.
It.
So if you're going to do your quilt as you go,
yes,
then it will obviously butt up lovely against that wadding because you've got a really nice length on that wedge against it, so you can really butt up against it as you quilt as you go. So you just know now.
I love
that I'm going to be constantly doing.
It's going to be perfect every time.
And it's adjustable, and it will go on any machine.
This is going to fly out. I would check out your basket already. Wow, look at how straight and easy that is. Done.
So if you're not confident,
look at that.
Then get one of these. Help yourself. Make it easier for yourself. And for that price, it's worth grabbing. It's just worth grabbing. My cutting's not great, but it just gives you a nice... I just think it's a really, really nice tool to have in your kit.
I love that.
Good, isn't it?
That's amazing.
So that's it. Handy little tips. That's what it's all about. Why make things more difficult for yourself?
You're going crazy for it. I absolutely do not blame you at all. This is one of those shows where I wish I'd primed producer Hannah and given her my credit card details. That she could have bought one while we're on air, because I can't get them until we're on air, and then they sell out. $3.95 QSPH16. $3.95 for that knowledge that your lines are going to be absolutely where you want them. No messing.
No messing.
Whether you are working in imperial, whether you're working in metric, job done.
Well, what I really like about it particularly, especially with here, my seam allowance only goes up to 2 centimetres.
Right.
So if for whatever reason, like for instance, if you're doing a tailored trouser or something like that where it's got a really deep seam allowance, so let's say 3 centimetres or above, you could measure across and then put that there. So I don't need the guide anymore. Do you know what I mean?
Oh.
So it's just really nice having this. If you haven't got these marks on your machine, for instance, but it's a metal plate, then you can just pop a piece of card into your machine because you know what you've already marked out 1 centimetre, 1.5, whatever, and then you can pop this down on your machine. With this one, you've got marks, but then this is guaranteeing that you're going to get the straight line, even with the marks.
Do you know what I've just thought?
Go for it.
You know, quilters, I'm talking to you out there. You know, sometimes, when you start putting all your larger blocks together, and sometimes it's unavoidable because your 1/4 of an inch foot does the measurement on the right-hand side, that sometimes all the bulk is going to be on this side, and you've got to put all the fabric through there. But now, if you can now measure a 1/4 of an inch that way...
Especially because it's best to quilt in the same direction, isn't it? You don't want to be doing that with your stitches. So for whatever reason, it just makes things easier with you. And sometimes people prefer to have the work on the right rather than on the left. Because you could just spin the work around, you are right. But some people prefer to work on the other side. So I just think it's a great little... For that price, it's just worth putting it in, just to make things easier for you. And like I say, if you're a little bit wobbly, you're new to sewing, and you're sick of those wobbly lines, this is just going to get you up in practice. It's your hand practice.
But you know what I'm also thinking is that actually it means you'll be able to get your confidence. You'll be able to do things a little bit faster.
Absolutely.
Because when I'm doing strips, like jelly roll strips, fabric design roll strips, when I'm just sewing them in a straight line, is it all gone?
What?
Half the quantity is gone. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's such a great little tip, isn't it?
Do you know what? Check out your basket for it. Please don't miss out on this. It is absolutely fab. £3.95.
Bargain.
We will order more in because you've basically just told us that you've loved it. Hang on, that only went on like a couple of minutes ago. Over half of it's already gone.
Well, it's a handy little tip,
Good
isn't
for
it?
you. But you see, brilliant. Just check out your baskets. Make sure that you've got it. Remember, if you're paying over £10 today, then you will get 10% cash back into your account. So maybe pop a little something else in there just to make the most of that.
Top it up.
Yeah.
Take
that
advantage
cash back.
of it. That's
you will
good.
only ever pay one P&P of £2.95 per day.
Bargain.
Way.
Bargain.
Okay.
Okay, so just going back to the pattern.
Yes.
So this is my patchwork done. So obviously I bring in my piece, which is number 24, to give me my side of my sewing machine cover. That's the word I was looking for, sorry. And then you would just cut out as normal. So this is where I'm following the pattern again. So like I say, don't worry too much. You're just having a play now. It's about getting to know your machine and making machine a little cuddle. Okay, so then I would go ahead and cut that out as normal. All right. So now I've done that, I'm going to move on to the next one because we've got that beautiful rick rack. So we want to get playing with that, don't we?
We want to get in with the rick rack.
So let's move that to one side. So if you did want to do it as per the pattern, you can see on the pattern that it's giving you the outlines. So this is the lovely little I would call it a rose because it's got quite a nice bloom on there. So you can copy it out as per the pattern. Is
that going to be in rick rack?
That's all rick rack.
Oh, hence why we've given you 25 metres of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you did want to do it as per the pattern, it comes with the design on the pattern. So you just need to transfer that onto your fabric. So if you don't want to go off-piece like I am, you can follow the pattern as per the instructions, all right?
The pattern is not just one pattern, of course. You've got the pattern for an apron in there as well, pattern boxes, containers, organisers, pin cushions up there on top of jars, and your button doll. That's a great way to just...
It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So cute.
Now, if you get the pattern and your seam guide, then you've spent your £10 to get your cash back.
Boom!
Indeed, boom. Yes. We'll explain more about that cashback. We'll keep talking about that cashback throughout the day. But basically, if you spend £10 or over today, you'll get You'll get 10% credited back into your account. Hurrah!
Hurrah!
To spend as and when you wish. There's no time limit on that. Right. So you've got some wadding. You've got.
Yeah, so I've got my main fabric, which is the gingham. I've decided to go with a lovely pink for the inside, and I've got my wadding in the centre. So you work with it in layers, okay? So once you've done whatever you wanted to do with the patching, now we're following the instructions, okay?
Nice.
So what I'm going to do very quickly, I'm just going to run a quick basting stitch just to keep everything in place while we then start embellishing it with our flowers, with our rick rack.
So the flowers acting as a quilting, effectively.
You are effectively quilting as you go. You cannot, because depending on what you're doing. So the if we can turn it around, it might make it a little bit easier.
Spin it around. There
you go. So with the flowers, so the stems are sewn on with the machine. I think this is definitely sewn on the machine. So what I've done there is I've actually filled it with some of the leftover wadding to make a little pincushion on top of that.
Nice.
Which is quite nice. I can show you
your
how
idea,
to do that.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I've done that. So that's not in the instructions. Sorry, guys. And this is hand sewn on. So there's a combination of hand sewing as well as machine sewing. Machine sewing. Get your teeth in, Jen. Get your teeth in, Jen. Okay, so...
And so you can use all your little offcuts from your fabric to do the stems, and then your rick rack to do the petally bit.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Okay, so we were talking about, is this machine good for quilting? Well, I'm just about to do that.
We'll find out.
All right. So let me just pop this pin out of the way.
Even though we don't have a walking foot with this.
Don't need it. Don't need it. Ooh. All right. Okay, so I'm going to be doing... within the seam allowances, so we talked about it earlier, didn't we, where this is a 1 centimetre seam allowance pattern. Yes. So I'm just using the edge of the foot, which is just shy of that, so I know that these stitches aren't going to be seen, I don't need to take them out.
So you're going to make these longer?
I am going to make these longer, that's right. So I'm going to go right up to the top, so this one is 5, so that's 5 mil, okay? So I'm just going to go for that now.
Now, the 540, which is the machine that we're using today, a brilliant all-rounder, but I think one of my favourite thing about this machine, it is computerised, so you are stepping into the wonderful world of computerised machines, but down the bottom, not down the bottom, on the side, sorry, if I can just point
you go for it.
There, across there, you've got quick reference utility stitches.
Oh!
Did I just touch it? Did I? I've just taken it to a buttonhole, haven't I? Sorry. Number 1 takes you straight back.
That's brilliant. I was thinking, what have I done? That was magic.
No, it's me. I touched it by mistake. Sorry.
Okay.
So it gives you a quick reference guide to those utility stitches that you are most likely to use. So you've got number 1, which is your straight stitch. You've got your most useful buttonhole there. You've got your zigzag, and you've also got stretch stitch there, which are just the ones that you come back to. So rather than flicking through the numbers, you just press that button, and it's there for you.
Quick fire round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it. That was funny. That was so funny. I thought, what have I done?
Sorry.
What have I done? Shows it works though. Definitely quick fire to that button. Was it button or zigzag? I think it was zigzag. Yeah, it was button. Sorry, I'm looking at the instructions now. It was button. Funny. Never mind. Never mind. Okay.
Hey.
So just bringing my needle up.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that done now. So that's all tacked in place, okay? So that's not going anywhere. So I can take these pins out now.
Hurrah.
Don't need to worry about that. Okay, so once you've done that, you can go ahead and trim your wadding now because it's all tacked in place. Right. So then you can bring the foot back in when we do the real sew for the one
that really counts.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
You're going to see.
The reason why I took that off is because I didn't want to trim any of that wadding yet until I've got it all basted down, and then you can trim later. Okay. So it's all about having some fun now. So I think maybe do you want to do the rick-rack flower or the pincushion first? How long have we got?
I want to do rick-rack.
Rick-rack flower.
Yes,
all right
please.
then. So I'm going to need to get a needle and thread then. That's quite a big needle.
Now, lots of you with questions about the magnetic seam guide.
Go for it.
If you want to call the call centre, they will tell you about it. Or if you want to email in, then we will try our best to forward them to whoever needs it. Basically, we will get it back in as soon as we can for you. It's been incredibly popular. So lots of you loving it. We will get it back in as and when we can. The email address is sewingquarter. No, hang on. studio@sewingquarter.com. We'll get the right one. studio@sewingquarter.com for you to send in any questions that you have. But basically, it's just going to allow you to do whatever seam allowance you want, and it really holds tight. Love it.
It does.
Yeah.
Thing is though, things like the rick-rack, it's worth having because there'll be a project where you can just go, oh, I should stick that on there. Yeah. Just gives that little bit of extra detail, doesn't it? Okay. So you can either go with your watery veil and you can actually draw on how you want your circle to be. So remember we talked about the pattern, transferring those details across. You could do that with your pen first. Or what I did, I just went for it, and then you can deal with.
Why does this not surprise me?
Because you can play around with it more. You can make it more dense. You know, you can make it less flowery. So it's about playing with it. So I've just gone ahead and cut out just the length of rick-rack. I wouldn't do that. I would do it off the roll. It's just that it's quite a big roll, and it's going to be difficult for me to do while I'm on the show. But at home, don't cut until you've finished your flower, and then you know you've got enough. Because the last thing you want to do is have to start and stop halfway through your flower. So leave it on the roll. Okay.
We've got another message. Sandra in Monmouthshire. Very beautiful part of the world, Monmouthshire. She says, good morning, girls.
Good morning.
She says, Tasha, love your jacket. I can take no credit for it at all. Was this one that you made?
I did.
We've got this on the 11 o'clock show, but this was the original one that you made.
That's the original one I made.
And I do love it.
It really suits you, actually.
She says, I bought the magnetic seam guide. Sandra, you got on quick. Well done, my love. No excuse now for dodgy seam widths. Hurrah! Yeah, anyone that's seen my attempt at quilting knows that it's something I need.
I love it.
We'll get it back. Now, you've put...
So I've gone with a red thread,
okay,
just so you can see what I'm doing on camera, okay? But obviously, because this is white rick-rack, then I would suggest using a white thread and so on and so forth, okay? So it's just purely so you can see what I'm doing, all right? So I'm going to start the flower. So I'm going to be going in that direction, so I'm going this way, not this way. So the first thing you want to do is fold your rick-rack over. So you've got a raw edge here, and I don't really want to be seeing that. Okay. So I'm going to be folding it over so I've got a nice clean edge. Okay, so that's the first thing. So then once I've done that, I can then just take it through and then I can just pin that down. So all I'm literally going to be doing is tacking it. So I've just gone through the first layer and some of the wadding, okay? Right. So on the other side, I have got a big fat knot there, but I'm going to cut that off.
So
later.
this is just a tacking
This
stitch.
is just, well, no, so this will be permanent.
Oh,
this is permanent.
okay.
But just so I know that I'm not going to lose my threads, I've done a big fat knot in there.
Okay.
I went in and keyed into my fabric at the top layer. So again, you won't see this because the flower's going to be covering all of that up. So when you've finished your work, you can just give that a nice clip, okay? So I'm just going to keep going. So it's all about going around in the corners. So you can see you've got like this, hence the rickrack, you've got like a zigzag going on there. So all I need to do now is bring that curve in. So I'm bringing it to. So you want to get that raw edge tucked under as well, like that. So I'm just going to be taking a layer of the fabric again and some of the rickrack. This is where you're concentrating.
Yeah.
So I've gone through it twice, once and twice. So then you just keep going round. See how it's starting to petal up?
Nice.
Super cute.
Nice. And this is on the pattern, so you can transfer the pattern and you can make this into your beautiful rose with your rickrack, a rickrack rose.
Rickrack rose. And you just basically keep going round.
Lovely. Now half the stock of the pattern has already gone, $7.95 for that. And then we've put various bundles together, which I'll get to. I'll go and show you before the end of the show so that you can get the colourways that you would like.
Nice. So I'm going to just do a small one here just so you get the idea.
Now, if you've just tuned in and you just, walk the dog, drop the kids off.
Drop the kids off.
Done whatever. If you're my mum, then fed the donkeys.
Aww.
And other essential things that happen in the morning. Because otherwise they shout.
Do they shout?
Oh, the donkeys shout and you can hear them. You can hear them all the way across the valley.
I love that.
They are the yeah, they are the loudest donkeys.
I know I'm very
known
much
to
like
man.
that in the morning.
So yeah, Mum will have done that first. Anyway, then what you will have tuned into this morning is a very delicious thing, which is our cashback. So what happens, so just so that I can clarify with the cashback, is when you spend £10 or more, you will get put back into your sewing quarter account, not into your bank account, into your sewing quarter account, so that, it's there. We want it for sewing.
It's there when you're ready,
like
when you come back.
Yeah. You will get 10% cash back put into your sewing quarter account for you to spend whenever you're ready. T's and C's on the website.
Beautiful. Okay, so I'm just going to do like a little daisy effect. Okay, so I've cut my rickrack to size now because I know where it needs to be. And again, same as you did before, you're going to be folding that behind so you can't really see it.
Okay.
I'm going to do a quick little tacking stitch again.
Jennifer in Warwickshire,
Yes.
a local lady, says, please could you tell me how to transfer the flower motif onto the fabric? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there's my flower. And then what I was going to do is pop a little button on. Ta-da!
Pretty!
Super cute. So that'll go in the middle there. That's a little one. But basically, to make it big, you just keep going. So you work from the outside and work in.
Okay.
Because it was a small flower, started small.
Yes.
Okay, so the transfer of the... Excuse me, I've got such a frog in the throat today. So how you would transfer your pattern, you could do it in two different ways. So you could either get, which I know is on the website, where you have a tracing paper, which is coloured carbon paper and a tracing wheel, and that would go underneath there like paper, put your pattern on top and you would trace around it, and that would then leave marks on there directly.
Yeah.
Alternatively, get your pen. And what I like to do is just do it like a sort of peel back. So bearing in mind I've not pinned this down, okay, so just bear with me.
So use your fabric marker for this, that's either going to be air erasable or wash erasable.
So what I do is do what I call a peel back, where I'm just peeling back. I can see the shape that I need.
Because it's quite a simple design.
It is, yeah, definitely.
So there you go.
That's how I would do it, and I would peel back that way. And then once you've done, you can remove that and then carry on through.
Lovely.
The easiest method for me would definitely be the tracing paper, because you can just leave it down and just go for it, because they're really quite big sheets. And it make sure you use the right colour, because it comes in different colourways.
Yeah, it does, isn't it?
Depending
blue,
on
red,
So depending on what your fabric you're using,
yellow.
there'll be a sheet in there that will work and come out nice and bright, so you can really see it. Or your pen is always a good one.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We are out of time. I'm going to go and have
gosh.
a look at fabric. I know we get all in depth. So Jennifer, I hope that's answered your question. Thank you, Jennifer, for answering Jennifer's question. It's all about the Jennifers this morning, because Jennifer Mills is going to be up next, surrounded by Jennifers.
In a bit.
I'll see you in an hour.
I'll see you in a bit.
Mwah. Mwah. Right. Has the pink bundle sold out? Gone. Right, won't show you that then. Well done if you managed to get the pink bundle. Good on you. I thought this was the favourites. No, but the pink bundle, you know, it's that cuckoo's calling, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Now, here we go. This is your red bundle. So you get 1 metre of your gingham. You get 1/2 metre of your red. You also get, look at these buttons, on a linen effect fabric there. It is perfect, perfect notions. Storage containers with a bit of rick-rack. You've got 25 metres of your rick-rack all around the top, all around it, looking gorgeous. $39.95 for that. LRGC 30 gets you all of that. Organise yourself. Get everything sorted, gorgeous. Right, let's move that out the way. Don't forget you get your wadding in all of these bundles as well. Mustn't forget that. If you get lots of options in that pattern as to what you would like to do. So this can do any of them. It doesn't have to be the sewing machine cover if you've already got a cover. It could just go into your stash because it's a lovely bundle to have in your stash. It's a really useful one, isn't it? To have wadding, rick-rack and 2.5 metres of fabric that all go beautifully. I like to think of this as sort of a nautical one. $36.95 for those classic blues that just look fresh all year round. So $36.95, KIGC 72 is the code for that. And of course, over half the stock of this has gone. So this isn't in the bundle, this is coming separately because some of you I know will have already got this. This is your sewing machine cover apron, pattern boxes, container organizer, and pin cushion and button doll pattern. 3/4 of that stock now gone. It's $7.95. Any of the bundles will work beautifully with these. Gosh, what a busy show already. Just an hour in. Right. We will come back and we will explain our 10% back promotion after this break. Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
So today I'm going to show you how to do a double stitch. Now you would use a double stitch at the start and the end of your sewing to secure your threads rather than using a really big knot. You're going to want to take your needle through the front of your fabric first and then come out back through the front. So I'm using really big stitches at the moment so I can see what I'm doing. You're going to leave a tail before you then repeat that in and out motion. So you can see that's 1. I'm going to go back through again and that's 2. So you can see I've done 2 stitches in the same place. That's giving me my double stitch. You would then do whatever stitch it is that you're going to go on to do. So I'm just going to do a quick running stitch. Okay, so now I'm going to do my double stitch at the very end of my stitch there. So it's repeating the process. So I'm going in, and then back out, in, and then back out, before clipping my threads. So obviously you would clip these closer when you get to finishing your garment. So there you have it.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Exciting morning. Welcome back. I'm Natasha McCarthy. Now, we've got premier fabrics for you today. We've got an overlocker for you this hour, all about our sewing machines today and giving you the best possible chance to get one and get everything else that you need, because for today, to celebrate, is it World or National Sewing Machine Day? Oh, okay, I'll have a look. I've got the piece of paper, apparently. Oops. Awkward. I'll have a look at that in just a second. Anyway, it's Sewing Machine Day today. That gets around it, doesn't it? Back in, I think it's the 1760s, or no, 1790, that's it. A little man called Thomas Saint decided he was going to have a go at making a sewing machine, which he did. National Sewing Machine Day, there we go. For which we are very thankful. It's allowed us to be here today. Now, to celebrate, we're giving you 10% cash back into your Sewing Quarter account on orders over £10. T's and C's on the website. So say you bought a sewing machine today. Say you bought the big daddy, the £999 one. So basically, let's call it £1,000. If you bought that one, then you would get £100 put back into your Sewing Quarter account to spend on beautiful fabrics and all sorts of other goodies. So you've had a look through your machine, you've gone, oh, now I need oodles of fabric. Well, I mean, we won't need oodles of fabric anyway. Then you're going to have credit in your Sewing Quarter account to spend whenever you wish, by the way. It will be put there over the course of the next month, and then you are good to go and spend on your heart's desires. So an exciting day. Maybe today is the day that you take the plunge and get your first sewing machine, or an overlocker, or, oh, I don't know. Producer Hannah wants the overlocker. She's very excited about that. Now, brand new fabrics. Look at these. I love these. We've put them in bundles, but let me show you the fabrics as they are, because they are brand new. Now, these are being sold by the half metre as we do our fabrics. We've also put a bundle together for you. So this is however you wish to get them. Love, love, love the Flutterby Candy, £4.95. This is, it's a cotton, is it a cotton linen mix, I want to say? It feels like it. It's not your sort of your normal soft cotton. It's got a bit more oomph to it than that. But it's really rather lovely. 30-degree wash there. So, you know, just normal care instructions apply. But then, as a technical crafting term, a bit more oomph. You know what I mean, don't you? Yeah? Jennifer does. She's nodding. All brand new. You know that this is my favourite, Producer Hannah, because this is a new take on a fabric, and I've had this fabric before in a different colourway, and I love this new fresh one. Absolutely love it, to the extent that my dogs all have beds out of this. I'm not going to lie, they do, and I absolutely love it. In fact, my son's got a door stopper out of this as well. And the very first cushions that I made for my son was out of a very, very similar fabric. It was just in a different colourway. So £4.95 for a half metre of your woof nautical. You're going to have to be quick on that. That is not going to hang about, because I know that, like me, you are a nation of animal lovers, and you're going to absolutely adore that. Just adore that. It's the different colours you can pull from it as well. Absolutely gorgeous. But then there's something lovely about a spot of afternoon shabby chic tea, and that's what we've got for you here with this one. This is a particularly tasty one. Maybe you want to have this and have this as your tablecloth. Now we're going to show you this in a bundle. So let's start off with the bundle for this one, shall we? You will get in your bundle a huge amount. Here it is in this bundle here. In fact, if I just put those down there, then I can show you the bundles. We've got a bundle for you because this one, quite frankly, was screaming kitchen to us. Can't imagine why. So all the things for your kitchen in with the pattern. So whether you want a apron, pot holder, oven gloves, all that sort of thing, even a cushion for your kitchen chair, £28.95 gets you that. 2 meters of fabric. Hello, yes. Look, loads of this brand new fabric, and you're getting the spot on. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, how much are we getting of the brand new fabric in here? There looks like there's an awful lot. Look at that. There's loads. I'm still unravelling. Producer Hannah, how much of this fabric am I getting in here? It is 1.5 meters, isn't it? 1.5 meters of the brand new fabric, which must mean that then you get a 0.5 meter of your contrast in the spot on. Yes! 1.5 meters, brand new fabric and spot on. Hello, happy days there. And as well, you're also getting the pattern. And the patterns are just absolutely perfectly suited, aren't they? It's all about the kitchen and it's all there. Gorgeous. Yay! This is like a trip down memory lane for me because this is how I started out sewing. Oh, and you get thread. Forgot that. This is a massive bundle. Was doing contrasting cushions. So I had very similar fabric to this, and then I found gorgeous fabrics that went. So we've picked out the polka dot for you there. And I did a spotty back and a doggy front. And that's how that was working. Love, love, love. 1.5 meters of this, 0.5 meter of that. And your thread and your patterns. You are good to go. Look at this. Now, oh, you see, you've got those cushions, haven't you? Do you want to see? Here we go. I need lots of hands today, don't I? I need to be like Octopus Woman. There is so much in here, so much. So you've got your apron, your pot holders, your placemats, you've got oven gloves, all sorts, and your cushion as well. Everything going on. Or just keep that to one side and use these to make dog coats, dog beds, cushions, here, there and everywhere. Love this. Absolutely love this. Fab. Fab fabric. I just love that you've got all the different breeds, but they've all got quirky little things going on. Because you've got the greyhound there with his little coat on. Greyhounds always wear coats, don't they? They get really cold. But then look at this one. This one's got a little bow. There's a sausage dog as well down there. And then this one up here, he's quite a big chap. Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely love this fabric. I'm so pleased to see this. Right, so then we've also got something very, very pretty. Unashamedly pretty, in fact. And 1.5 meters of unashamedly beautiful butterflies. This is Flutterby Candy for you here. Going rather gorgeously with... Look at that, your polka dots. Beautiful. Doesn't that just work gorgeously? Really lovely. £28.95 and your pattern and your thread. You are good to go. This arrives and boom, you're going. Perfect. They're lovely bundles. Really lovely bundles. Brand new fabrics. Always an absolute treat. Treat, let me tell you. Oh, yes. Love these. And then... we're not finishing there either because one of my particular favourites, I do like a spot of ticking. And that's what we've got for you here. You should always have ticking in your stash. Always. Always, always. You just don't know when you're going to use it. So we've got ticking here for you. Beautiful. In this lovely, lovely fresh green. And then we've matched it with, and I love this, green and grey. Classy, hey? I like it a lot. And then, of course, obviously your pattern and your thread. A whopping great big bundle there for £28.95. 1.5 meters of your green, 0.5 meter of your grey, your thread and your pattern all for under £30. Yes, please, and that kicks in your cash back. So basically, you'll get nearly £3 when you buy that today, credited back into your Sewing Quarter account. Happy days, hooray! Now, Jenniffer Mills this time. Hello.
I'm
surrounded by Jennifers. How are you?
Really well, thank you.
Excellent.
Lovely to be
excellent.
here.
Well, it's lovely to have you, and lovely that you've got this little chap.
This is a super machine.
Now, for anybody looking, this looks like my Nanny Mew's knitting machine, but it's not, is it?
No, it's a 4-thread overlocker.
4-thread overlocker. When do we need an overlocker?
Particularly, I think, in making clothes. You know how I love a French seam.
You do love a French
But
seam.
there are many garments that I would make, and you can just pass the seam allowances through the overlocker, and it's neatened not only speedily but beautifully tidily. No raw edges that are going to fray out, particularly on making dresses and things like that.
Some sewing machines come with an overlocking foot to do a sort of an equivalent, as much as they can manage.
Mine's got that, yeah.
But why is this needed?
I wouldn't be without an overlocker. They're so fab. I've also got that stitch that replicates overlocking. It's a slower process, and also there are no blades involved. Overlocker has 2 blades. So it's cutting the fabric, and then the overcasting's happening over that edge.
It is incredible, isn't it? So if you're like me and your cutting can be a bit wonky, you don't have to spend hours getting that perfect cut to then try to overlock with your sewing machine. This
they're fab
cuts
for making
and overlocks. This is brilliant, isn't it? This is, for me, an overlocker is that moment where you go, I'm going to take my dressmaking seriously, and I want to make a garment that people say, wow, where did you buy that?
Yeah.
Not, oh, I see you've made something.
Yeah.
You've had a go.
There's a time and a place for French seams, and I love those, and those give a really high finish as well. But I like having the option.
Stretch fabrics, fab with an overlocker.
And this one, it's got a whole list of stitches that are beautifully described in the manual that comes with it.
You see, I didn't realise that this overlocker does 12 different stitches anyway, doesn't it? Shall we have a look at this?
Including a stitch that there's a machine that's called cover stitch machine. So if you're making jersey wear with this machine, you could actually, I'm not wearing it today, but I have a cardigan where I top stitched in turquoise, a jersey cardigan.
Ooh, nice.
And so you could do something like that, t-shirts with like a coloured stitch on top. So it does rolled hems. So if you, say, made a chiffon skirt and you wanted a really fine, floaty rolled hem at the bottom, this could do it.
Now, you see, I like a very fine, chiffony scarf. You'll see me in winter. You will not see me without a scarf. Bad neck. Always wrap it up warm. But I end up having to buy them because actually my machine's not necessarily, but now with an overlocker.
Loads of different stitches.
Yay!
And they're all, you turn this dial here. I don't know whether we can see that. And not only are they described in the manual, but each one, you have a whole list of information, and there's kind of a...
I have
that's all
never
explained.
seen a machine like this one. This is a fab overlocker. Look at this.
Yeah.
I've never seen one that does all of this.
It's brilliant, and each of those is really described in depth in there.
So you're not having to, constantly refer back.
No.
You've got that digital, you've got that display on there that's...
Yeah.
Never going to get lost
Everything's
or put away
explained,
anywhere.
And there's a threading guide inside there in case it comes undone. There's
They're
no
laughing
guesswork.
at me. What do you mean never get lost, Natasha? Well, you've never been in my workroom to know things get
And
lost.
a little visual there.
This is what I mean. This is fab. I don't know if we can
show?
get that. Oh, they're coming down, coming down, coming down. I've never seen this either. This is what I
Stitch
mean.
number 1, a visual of it there. Stitch number 2, so you could turn the dial and then cross-reference it there. So it's somebody's really thought about this.
It has. Elna think about these things incredibly. £449. You're purchasing that today. You will get 10% of that back into your Sewing Quarter account to spend at a later date.
Sorry.
There's more.
Little tools.
Oh, look at this.
Tool storage.
That'll be over £44 back into your account.
There, it pops into place.
So we've got a little tool holder.
And then that goes... So the handy things... I just kept
so
in there.
unclip, and
that
then
pops in there with a little click like that.
Great, so you never lose them. That's handy. Elna have done it again. I'm very impressed with this machine.
Me too.
I'm not going to lie, I've seen a lot of overlockers in my time.
Yeah, I've used a
None
lot
like
over the
this.
years. It's going to make mine look like a little sad old machine.
Oh! Hey, you get 10% cash back if
Yeah.
you'd like to stay. And this is incredibly comprehensive. Ladies and gents, do you know what? I am scared of instruction manuals. I put my hand up. Yeah. It's that, and when you have to fill out forms, terrifies me. Hate it. But this I can cope with. Very clear.
Yeah, it's
step
brilliantly
by
put
step.
together. There's no guessing anywhere. I like the way they've done it.
And all of the details that you need, even down to how to prep your threads. All of that, all sorted, all done, all told. Yep. And then this. So it's telling you which each of those little things actually means.
So that's what we were just reading off there. So if you're in doubt of anything that is on that display, it's all explained in a nice sort of key fashion down there.
Now, I love the idea of an overlocker, but what I'm not too clear on is which of the 12 options I would need when. But look at this. It's telling me, because you've got 4 different threads, you can use 4, 3 or 2. Yeah. And this tells me when I would use that, a narrow hem. Yeah. Rolled
That's what
hem.
I was just mentioning about and you can change the stitch length as well. So you could have a really, really close together rolled hem stitch. Or if you're neatening, I've been playing around with the stitch length. And should I use it?
Yes! Yes! But you see, what I love about this, just one last thing before we go to the machine, is that it shows you both sides. Yeah. So it's going to look like that underneath and that the other way. So when you've got your flat lock, that's what it's going to look from one side, and that's what you can expect to see from the other. Brilliant. I have never seen it so clearly displayed.
Brilliant. That's the one I was describing. So if you made a jersey wear piece and you wanted a contrast, or even the same colour, that could be over your seams.
This one here.
Or anywhere, actually. It doesn't have to be over seams. It can be anywhere.
You could
make a feature of it.
Yeah. Let's do it! Now, you mentioned blades.
Yes.
You went straight in and said the scary B word. Blades in a sewing machine.
2 blades.
Safe? 2 blades?
Yes.
Why do we need 2?
Because it's going to cut a really sharp edge on that fabric and chain stitch. So we've got, the blades are to make a really clean cut.
Okay, so let's show to start off with.
Sure.
Normal piece of fabric, bit of fluffy selvage going on down the side there. You know, it's there, but that's just a normal edge. What are we going to do with it?
Well, you can choose to. So say if I wanted to get rid of that selvage, if for some reason I had allowed extra, I can cut that off.
As you sew?
Yes.
So already this has saved me time. I'm not having to worry about that. It eats through it, doesn't it?
It does. And there's so many adjustments on this. I don't tend to use scissors when I'm using an overlock. We do that, which is
and
what
just let it cut itself
off.
off?
Yeah, take it round and take that into the blade.
That is what it's just cut off. That's my selvage cut. But look at that edge. Done. It's all done.
Or if you were making something like a dress and you'd allowed, say, 1.5 centimetre seam allowances and you didn't want to cut off any surplus, you just position that so that the blades will cut, say, fluffy frayed edges off, but they won't cut off this amount because you don't need it to.
Perfect.
We also have a little box that clips on the front to catch
all of your little bits. There we go. Let's pop that in there then and start as we need to go. What happens next?
Well, we can do different things with it. We can change the stitch length. So we've got 2 straight stitches with this one, the green, the light blue, and then a top looper and a bottom looper, because I've set it to number 1, which is the kind of the most used, I think. Okay,
so like on your sewing machine, your straight stitch is kind of your first.
Yeah. You can change the position of the blades.
So let's have it. Can we just have
Sure. So if I take it, I've got stitch length, and it actually shows it again as a visual on the side. Right. But very similar to the straight stitch on the sewing machine, the numbers are there. So if I take it down to, say, 2.5, we'll be able to see that the chain is closer together than it was at the beginning. And if I take it down a little bit more...
We'll have to see the finished...
Shall I take that out so we can have a look?
There, now hang on. We want to see this bit. So that's, now how did you cut that bit off before?
I kept my foot on the pedal.
Yeah.
And then with fingers nowhere near the blades, just go like that.
Oh, and it's done?
Yeah. One of the most useful tools that I use all the time with my overlocker is this.
So your tweezers have...
Sorry, that was a bit pointy at you, wasn't it?
That's all right. The tweezers come with the overlocker, so let me show you the difference in stitch size. So we started off here, and we've come smaller.
To be honest, that does need some slight adjustment to make that look like really lovely overlocking, but I don't want to spend lots of time tweaking elements of it. But the basics are there.
We've got a message who says, Wendy says, do you sew your seam and overlock afterwards or vice versa? Good question.
It depends what I'm making, actually. Sometimes, if I have, say, used a pattern that I've created several times and I know it's going to fit the way I want it to, I might overlock as the pieces are individual pieces. Yeah. Am I hiding behind the overlocker?
Yeah.
And other times I'll overlock afterwards. It depends on the project.
So it depends on the project.
Yeah.
You see, for me, I know that I can cut up a project roughly and then just neaten up all of those corners, no fraying, nothing like that. It's giving that professional finish. And then I'm not afraid to gift things because I know that they can wash them, they're not going to unravel, all those sorts of things. Now, we're going to use this in an apron, aren't we?
We are, for the curved facing that's around this bit.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
And we talked earlier, didn't we, about the inside of cushion covers?
Yes.
It's just so nice to use it for that. And that's a situation where I might either overlock them together after I've sewn them together, or as there are squares or rectangles, do it before. Yeah. And then sew it together.
Yeah, I tend to do it before.
It makes it longer lasting. You can sew it, wash it in the machine, and there's no fraying.
You know, in my house, 4 dogs and a child, and who's 3. That everything has to be washed. And it took me a while to twig that every time I washed my cushions, I was getting all these threads. What's going on? And that's why I started overlocking. Yeah. Perfect, absolutely brilliant. Now, today we've got something very special for you. To celebrate National Sewing Machine Day, we're giving you 10% back into your account, into your Sewing Quarter account. So when you spend over £10, you will receive that 10% back into your Sewing Quarter account to spend whenever you like for another purchase. So if you bought the overlocker today, that's so that's nearly £45 back.
Wow, that's good.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which you can spend with us whenever you like in the future. Hurrah! So when you see that bundle that you just must have, got to be done. Got to be done. Now then, let's have a look at this apron.
Yes. Just to mention about thread changing, because sometimes I've taught people who are a bit daunted because the threading up system can look complicated, but it really isn't. And like I said, you've got that quick reference guide. And I think I will change it to white because the background of the apron is white. It's just, should I do that? Should we do that before we overlock the facings?
Because
it's so simple, and yet it's one of those things that can appear a little daunting, but it isn't. So we're going to snip each of those.
That's it. We're in for a penny, in for a pound. The threads have been snipped.
And all you do is you pull those through the whole sort of system of threading up.
So if you're careful, you won't have to thread from scratch.
No.
You can just pull the thread through, which you wouldn't do with a normal sewing machine because it'd get jammed and what have you.
So you don't have to thread from scratch at all, but if you need to, you've got that colour guide in the front of the flip-down door. So it's all there. It's great.
Very clever.
Really good.
I do like that rainbow guide that you get. I've never seen a machine that is this comprehensive. I've seen a lot of overlockers, but I really love the reference guides. This is just, it's going to guide you through step by step so that you get the right thread. Right. So we put the threads on.
And it's really clear that they each go through the loop that's above them.
So just hooking these through.
Let's try to find that end.
Okay.
Got it.
Do you know what? I know this is going to take a minute or two, but I think it's really worth doing.
Okay.
Because the threading of an overlocker is the one thing that puts people off. I know because it's.
Oh
put
yeah,
me
I've
off.
met many people who've been daunted by it.
Experience. So now, hang on, what are you doing now?
I'm making sure that each one is with the correct one. So the red is the far right, which is the bottom looper. And I'm just going to do a simple knot like that. She says, I'll start again, like that.
It's just a normal thread, normal knot.
Like that, so that's that one. And then...
So you're tying the new threads to the corresponding coloured threads that were there before.
That's right. And then we should be able to just...
This is a great...
Raise the foot and pull them all through. And if anything does snap, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
I'll just rethread it, but hopefully that won't happen.
Do you have to rethread in order, in thread order with this?
I don't think so, no.
Excellent. So if you want to thread this up from scratch, we've covered this in other shows, but this is a great way to do it. So once you've got it all threaded and you don't want to, you know, take the time to rethread from scratch, do it this way. Just tie on to the existing threads that were there. Now what are we lifting? So we've lifted a presser foot.
Yes, also worth bearing in mind that these two have got, they go to the needles. And you always turn the dial towards you. I'm going to raise those needles. So those knots will only reach as far as the front of the eye of the needle. I'm not going to attempt to pull the knots through the needle.
No. That's fair enough.
And I'm going to lower the door as well, just so that I can see. Very gently, she says. Should be able to, sometimes. I just keep an eye on it all.
Here. Here they come. Yeah. Now we've had a message from Tracy. Oh, it's all right. It's an email. It's not coming through to there. She says, I bought the overlock on the last show. I didn't think I needed one, but it's a vital part of her kit now, and she absolutely loves it. They're brilliant. She's made a dress, and the finish is so professional that it really makes a difference to her work. That is it, isn't it? That's the point of an overlocker. Now, so I want to pull everything through.
I've changed it slightly. I've done it the way I always do it. Now, in the manual, it suggests you raise the foot and you pull it through by hand. What I have done over the years is... I like these. These are the little quick... Is this way. So there's a chain, and then at the point at which I'm seeing those two that are going to go through the eye of the needle, they're getting closer. This is where our... There it is. Wonderful tweezers come in. And I just want to make sure those coloured threads, the green and the blue that were in there before, are out of the way. So and then I'm going to rethread in white, and then we should have a chain of 4 white when I've just rethreaded. Get some nice ends on there, and I need to make sure that left one. So as you pull on that, you'll see I can pull it and watch it up here. So that's my first one, which is the left needle. And so they coincide. So this one here goes with the needle that's on that side. This second one in will go on the right-hand side needle. So it's all very logical. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's very, very logical. You've got a twin needle in here, as we can just see as we thread these up. So it's really tricky to get the right shots of this. Is it? Everyone's doing great jobs here. You know, yes. So that's that one. And so because until you got to that knot, you just pressed your foot down as you would to keep sewing. Yes. And it drew all of those threads through. And no tricky rethreading. The only thing you've had to do is put that thread through that needle again. Yes, so now we should see the chain change completely to white. It's coming through. There's a bit left of that red. But look, if I can show you here, you can see as it's all started to change. So through here, if you look at this thread here,
you went from, that was where all you had your colours, and as they've come through, you can see that it's come to white. I'm going to go and show you all of those new fabrics as well, because I'm very aware we've got new fabrics, we've got overlockers, we've got the lot. So let's show you these new fabrics as well. So brand new fabrics today in brand new bundles. Some are available by themselves. This is only available in the bundle. So here's your teapot and cups. You're getting 1.5 meters of the brand new, of the teacups, 0.5 meter of your spot on, and you're also getting thread and your pattern with lots of different ideas. $28.95, MTGC 23. There we go, brand new today. Very, very lovely. Perfect for that kitchen, dining room, country kitchen feel. Absolutely gorgeous. But maybe you're a dog lover. In which case, look at this. This is winning the day today. These are your dogs here. Absolutely gorgeous. Brand new today. And I know that we've gone, yeah, you know what, we've got a polka dot in there. Have we got single figures left now? It's been that popular. Oh my goodness. So 1.5 meters of this fabric, 0.5 meter of this. You get your thread as well, and you get your Butterick design, $28.95. CUGC41 is your code for that. Love it. Brand new today. Absolutely love those dogs. Oh, it's making me feel a bit nostalgic. Love that. Now, here we go. Another beautiful one. And you've got to see these colour combinations together. You've got your beautiful Flutter by Candy, which is this lovely, beautiful butterflies here. 1.5 meters of this. And then we've put you 0.5 meter of that spot on there, which I think you can see the colours just working so exquisitely together there. $28.95. Don't forget, you also get your thread and you also get your patterns in with that as well. Gorgeous fabric. We'll have a waft of that in a second. A couple of you with that in your baskets, but we are nearly on single figures for the butterflies. Definitely single figures for the dogs if you're after the dogs. We knew they were going to be popular. Please do grab them. Don't want you to miss out. And then a classic combo here, ticking. Always have ticking in your stash. I love ticking. It's that classic country kitchen feel. And then, but look at the modern twist, because 1.5 meters of your ticking, but look, edge it in, oh, we've only got 2 bundles remaining of this ticking one. This has been super popular too. $28.95 and full instructions and thread. These are super bundles. If you are after the green ticking, please check out your baskets because we only have 2 left. Wow. Busy morning, but of course you're getting your cash back on this, aren't you? Because you're spending over £10, you're going to have 10% of your basket worth put back into your sewing quarter account. Now, maybe you want the dogs by themselves. Ha ha! I love these. Okay. Now, there's 1 meter of this left. Just 1 meter of this left. But we only started this morning. Wow, you've gone crazy for this. Okay, that's why we had to leave the overlocker mid-demo. Apologies for that, but we had to come over and show you this because there's only 1 meter. There's only 2 units of this left. So if you're after the last 2 units of the Woof Nautical, and this is a personal favourite. You can still get it in the bundle. We've only got single figures of that, but you can still get it in the bundle. But if you want, basically, 1 meter of that, please do check out your basket now. What about the butterflies? How are the butterflies doing by themselves? Well, they're not really by themselves, are they? Because look at those. They're gorgeous. There's loads of them. I like this because it's non-directional. You can have those butterflies flutter in any which way you like. Yeah, gorgeous. Now this is $4.95, Flutter by Candy, unashamedly pretty, just beautiful. Now you're going to be able to reach into your stash and pick out those teals, those pinks, those purples, that deep raspberry in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. EKFG05. This is £4.95 per half a metre. A lot of you going for this as well. Absolutely glorious. I like that a lot. So let's have a look at the patterns that we've got for you today, because we're going to have a quick sew up of the apron. Let's see what's in here. These are going to come in your bundles. So if you're getting your material in the bundles, then this is also what you're getting, along with your thread and 2 meters of fabric. Great bundles. So if you wanted the dog bundle, and we've only got single figures of the dog bundle left, £28.95 gets you 2 meters of fabric, this and your thread all ready to go. CUGC41 is your code for that. And that is a whopping 1.5 meters of that brand new fabric and 0.5 metre of the spot on. We have not skimped. We have gone for it. Now let me give you the other options, because super busy on these today, and I know that a lot of you making the most of the cash back as well. Which one do you want to show? The cup and saucer. Do you know what? The cup and saucer, so popular this morning, and I think because the options in the packet that you're getting, in the pattern packet, are sort of kitchen based, it would be fair to say, with your apron and your table placemat and your hot pot gloves and things like that, as well as your kitchen table seats. It's got that nice shabby chic feel to it, hasn't it? People do love a pot of tea. Now, a lot of you asking about our 10%, and I'm not surprised. We've never, ever done anything like this before, but because it's National Sewing Machine Day, we wanted to give the chance for anybody that wanted a sewing machine or an overlocker or anything like that. We wanted to give you the chance to get the best possible deal. So here's what we're doing. Any purchase that goes over £10, you will receive 10% of that purchase value, excluding P&P, back into your sewing quarter account within 30 days. T's and C's all on the website. It's all on there. But it is 10% cash back. You buy the big bad boy machine that is £1,000, you get £100 back into your account. You spend £200, you get £20 back into your account. You buy the overlocker today, you get nearly £45 back into your account, into your sewing quarter account. So you can spend and buy beautiful fabrics, threads, all sorts of gorgeous things. It's entirely up to you. Now, this is the overlocker that we've just seen. I have to say, incredibly impressed. Now, the project that we've got for you today isn't really an overlocker project, but because we've got this special 10% deal on, we wanted to show you this overlocker just briefly. So if you're in the market for an overlocker, this is a fabulous one to go for. Really clear, easy to use, very neatly done as well, so that you can keep all your bits and bobs. It's got bits and bobs pieces in there. Now, Carol's emailed. She's been looking for an overlocker for a while, but the 10% has just swayed it for her. So it tipped you over the edge, Carol, in a good way, into overlocker heaven.
It is a fab machine, and that was just, it's such a simple thing that can happen, but I don't want to spend the whole session rethreading one looper.
No.
So we've established that it's amazing.
We love it.
But perhaps it was a bit ambitious of me in a session to go from colours. Most of the time, they just go through like a dream.
We want to show you how to do the apron that's here. So we've got for you today the pattern with the apron in it, and of course glorious fabrics to work from. Now this is the apron pattern. You get so many patterns, don't you, in the pack?
You do, yeah. And this apron's pieces 1 through to 6, and it's so brilliantly described and super clear and great.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Where do we start?
Well, a top tip is that when I do patch pockets, whatever shape they are, I like more than 2 reference points. And with this particular pattern, you just get the top positions. So what I do is I trace through, or I put that on top, either or, on the top or the bottom. So they've put a little circle there, large circle there, and then I've created another 2 reference points with that black marker.
So you're just really securing exactly where you want it to go.
Because, especially with we're going to do some ease stitching to make lovely curves on those pockets, because it makes a really big difference to that edge.
Now,
and I want to be able to line up those 2 points.
This has been part made, but look how just perfect this material is for this project. Absolutely fab. Isn't it lovely?
Teapots look like they're dancing.
They do, don't they? It's just brilliant.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the pink polka dot working perfectly there as well, and you're going to show us how.
Yes.
What's the first step? Are we pocketing first?
Start with the pockets.
Let's pocket.
Yeah.
Let's pocket away.
So those are all our pattern pieces, pieces 1 through to 6. And then I've got, what I love about this design is that the tie that you create, you cut 3 of 1 pattern piece, and that passes through this facing all the way up, it goes around the back of your neck, and then it passes through that facing, so it's movable.
Oh, nice.
So those are all the tie
all
pieces.
the way through up there, across. So it's passing all through in one long piece. Lovely. So, pockets.
Yes, I'm increasing the stitch length because I'm going to do an ease stitch.
What's an ease stitch?
An ease stitch, I did this yesterday and often do it on sleeves. So very often the distance around the top of your sleeve is more than the armhole it's going into. And so you create a nice shape, and that would be the case on this that you're wearing, by running a line of longer stitch length, so about 4.5, around a given area, and then you use those threads, that line of stitching, to adjust to where you need it to be.
Does this take long?
No, not at all.
Excellent.
No.
Well, we've not got long left.
Right, gosh.
Already, you see, this is what happens on these shows.
Yeah.
It just all goes.
Definitely
Time
worth
just
looking at
flies.
that lovely overlocker, though. Just sorry I couldn't swiftly change the threads.
Yay.
But some days are like that, aren't they, in sewing world?
Now, ease stitch. Show me this ease
So that's
stitch.
the line of stitching, and then I'm going to pull up the bobbin thread. What I want is to make that so that kind of
Oh, it all the shape starts to
curve
naturally
in.
happen.
Yeah, and then I would press that in place.
Oh, excellent. Do you want me to turn the iron
That would
on?
be brilliant. Thank you.
Let me turn that on for you. Oh, it's on. There we go. Perfect. So, in the bundle, you'll get the afternoon tea rose fabric. It's even got a pretty name. You're going to get your spot-on fabric. You're also going to get, look at that, all of your patterns and your thread. Now.
And then just sewing those, because I don't know where the time goes.
It just disappears,
And
doesn't
I'm
it?
using dark red thread so it shows up what I'm doing. The top of the pocket, and they tell you the allowance in the pattern, just turns over. I've turned it over and pressed it 1 centimetre and 2 centimetres.
Okay.
And I'm just folding those over and taking a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. And then at the same time as pressing those curves,
Yes.
I can press that top.
Oh, perfect. Here we go. Here's your ironing mat there.
And if I fold, get some of those threads out of the way. If I fold over like that and kind of pinch it with my thumb inside and my finger outside, should be able to get a little bit of manipulation.
Oh, so you've already done basically the sort of aligning, or the sort of facing on the pocket.
Yes, the hem at the top, I've just pressed it with the iron, and a lot of pressing makes a huge difference to the sewing. But when you
That's
want to get an
excellent.
angle on something, if you fold it over and pinch it and turn it, and then you should just be able to sort of roll it, or use the, what does John call it? Derek the Dobber, he calls it, doesn't
Derek
he?
the Dobber. Where's Derek the Dobber? Oh, I don't know where Derek's gone.
I'll use,
So you see, look, already.
very, very carefully, I'll use a pin. Now, I don't damage the fabric with
I'm
this,
just
sorry.
going to show. So you see, there you go. That's your top of your pocket. But look, already you've got that, which just gives such a lovely professional finish, doesn't it?
Well, it will when the corners aren't wonky. And I wouldn't advocate this in terms of being brutal with the pin, but if you very gently use a pin,
ease out.
Just very, very gently, you end up with nice sharp corners.
Nice.
But the folding is the key at the beginning.
That's the one.
And then if we press that curve back.
Excellent. On our swanky new, oh, there we go, Jobber has arrived.
Has he?
Better late than never, Derek. Now, the dog fabric by the 1/2 metre has sold out, so congratulations if you managed to get that. Let me show you the bundle, because if you love the dog fabric, you need the dog fabric in your life. If you love the dog fabric, you're getting 1.5 metres of it, and 1/2 metre of your spot on as well, and thread, and patterns to get you going. So often we hear you say, oh, I've lost my mojo, not quite sure what to do. Here we go, it's all in there. We just buy that and get going. Crafty mojo sorted.
So what I'm aiming for here, and I'm sort of easing the stitching and pressing at the same time, is for it to look like a continuous curve with no steps or corners on it. And then on the inside, for kind of an even distribution of that fullness. Yeah, so that line of stitching is working for us.
So whilst you do that, we've had a message from Karen who says, good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Just grabbed my tea rose before it's gone. Ooh. This is the tea rose fabric that we're dealing with now. I want everything, including an overdraft, lol, says Kaz. Is that an overdraft or an overlocker? Maybe she wants the overdraft so she can buy the overlocker. You see, I'm not sure. That could be spell check, like
I wonder whether does it change overlocker to overdraft.
That's hilarious. Erica in Nottinghamshire says, "Will your jacket pattern come back into stock? 11 o'clock." Big wink. 11 o'clock. I'm loving this today.
It really suits you. It's great.
Wow, we've got some different choices for you in fabric as well, which is really rather gorgeous. So. We've eased that pocket. Can I show you how beautifully Jenniffer's just done that? So already it used such a professional finish on that pocket, because let me tell you, this is the workings behind. So we turned that and ironed, but then look, you've got these ease stitches down here, and what's that done has just meant that you can just iron that. And it's all looking rather good. We've got 10 minutes.
Right.
What do we need to do with it?
Top stitch across the top of the pocket, and then I will apply it to that. And I've made some corresponding markings on the front, so there's no guesswork.
You know your corresponding markings?
Yes.
I had a big full English breakfast this morning, and I thought, when I first saw this, I thought it was a pip of my tomato. I was like, oh no, I shouldn't have eaten it there.
That was,
That's your
there's a reason
pen.
for that.
That's okay.
I've used two. I've used the dissolvable pen, but then I realised it's burgundy, and it's almost exactly the same as this.
As the polka dots.
So then I've done a little yellow cross with this marvellous mechanical pencil.
And
so I've got double reference points.
So they're there. So these are the double reference points. So if you remember right when we started looking at this pattern, Jenniffer said, double up your markings for your pockets, because if you just use the two, it can go a bit wonky, but if you double up your markings, then it's going to be in exactly the right position. So whilst you top stitch that pocket, then we're going to pop that on there.
Yes.
We've got another message. Gosh, busy. Message busy today. Love this. Pop that down there. Sian in Hampshire. Hello, Sian. She says, hi Tash, just back from walking the dogs and spotted your gorgeous jacket. Are we going to be able to buy the pattern? Love, Sian. P.S. Love the sewing quarter. Yes, thank you very much for your message. And yes, 11 o'clock. Lot of love for the jacket today. Now, top stitching on this pocket, keeping everything secure.
Yes.
Making it look professional.
That's right. So just probably about 2 millimetres from that folded edge.
Right.
And we don't need to neaten that because it will be all enclosed when it's stitched on.
You need a pocket in an apron, don't you? It's one of those vital things.
Yeah.
All aprons should have pockets.
And I think the curves suit this print as well, don't they? They suit the design of the apron and the print.
Lots of you going for this tea rose. Now this is up on the screen for you. So the tea rose is up on your screen. That's this gorgeous fabric. We will go through all the other ones for you. So if you've missed out on something, there we go.
Now, so that one and that one should match.
And this is
then
where...
Extra one there.
Now you could have done this. You've got lots of you've got ½ metre of your spot on, so you could do a contrasting pocket if you wanted. I love that this one's the same.
Yes, and I didn't pattern match it because I thought the design was so fun of the print. But in terms of pattern matching, you could do it just after you've cut that out. Do a little trace with the pattern piece, pattern paper over the top of it, and then perhaps we'll cover that more another day. But you could absolutely pattern match it if you wanted. But this is so fun. I kind of like pattern matching sometimes. It seems to work in certain situations, and this is one of them.
In this situation, it's working in this situation. Fab. 4 minutes.
Wow.
Can we stitch this in 4?
I think so. Yeah. Indeed.
So, yeah, the more I see of this, the more I absolutely love it. You've got the butterflies in there, you've got the roses in there. It's just such a pretty all-round kitchen-esque fabric, isn't it? And absolutely suited to the patterns. Now, of course, you don't just have to make the apron. How much fabric did the apron take up?
I think it was a metre.
So you still have half a metre, about a ½ metre left over.
Because you make such a long tie, that takes quite a bit of fabric.
So it's the tie that's taking the fabric up?
Yes, because you cut 3 of one pattern piece.
Right, I'm with you.
And I sometimes add bar tacks as well as a design feature when I'm doing something like this, and that would be a really narrow zigzag at the top there.
Oh, okay.
But right now I won't. No. I'm just going to edge stitch it, so I'm keeping an eye on that distance from the edge. And that today you're using my way around.
The 680, which we'll look at in more detail. We've got cash back today, so if you are in the market for a sewing machine, overlocker or anything, we've really looked at the overlocker in detail this hour as much as we can and make an apron. It's trying to cram everything in, it's really tricky. Then we're also going to look at the 680 next hour. So we'll try and cover as many machines as we can over our 4 hours today. But the cashback has got you really excited today, because if today is the day that you decide to buy your sewing machine, 10% of that purchase value is going to go back into your Sewing Quarter account over the course of the next month for you to spend on whatever fabric or whatever you like from Sewing Quarter. That's exciting, because it's just that excuse, isn't it, to buy another perfect thing. So if you've been thinking about a sewing machine, what better reason, what better excuse? It's not about what you spend, it's about what you save. And if you're getting that money put back into your account, the next time you spend, you are saving. If you buy our big machine, if you buy this machine, you'll get nearly £100 back to spend with us. That's fabric galore. We worked out that's about 30 of our Spectrum solid half meters. Wow. That's amazing. Oh, so we've got 2 pockets on this. Pocket each side.
Yeah, it's a nice angle as well.
It's a friendly angle.
Ergonomic, yeah. I think I might use that word. Yeah.
I tell you who likes a pocket, and that's Jenniffer Taylor. So we've covered here how to spin that around, ease stitching around there.
Yeah.
So that would be the bit that I would get stuck on.
It makes a massive difference to curves.
Yeah, it does,
It really does.
Really does.
Just
I'm impressed
simple
with
line
that.
of stitching can transform a pocket.
That's excellent. We're out of time here, but I will see you in an hour.
Yeah.
And we're going to be making this.
Looking forward to it.
I'm going to show you all of the fabrics because so many of you are after brand new fabrics today. Thank you.
See you soon.
See you in a second. Right. This is the one that we've just seen. This is the one that so many of you are going for, is your Tea Rose design with your spot-on fabric, thread and pattern. 1.5 meters of a brand new fabric, yes please, as well as all of the pattern. So yes, 1.5 meters, huge amounts there of that fabric. Should we have a look at the butterflies? Yay! The beautiful butterflies. This is your Flutterby. And again, 1.5 meters of this. It's Very pretty. Gorgeous colourways in there. You've got everything from your lime green to your teals to your pastel-y pinks to your real rich pinks in there. You're going to be able to pull out all sorts of different colours. We've given you a teal spot on to go with this, but it just looks gorgeous. $28.95. Single figures for that bundle, so if you're after that, please grab it. And of course, don't forget, you will get your 10% cash back put back into your account. That takes you over the minimum spend of £10 for that to happen. And then, so the cash back doesn't go in immediately. That will go back over the next little while, go back into your account. So it's one of those things, you'll suddenly have a look in your account, your Sewing Quarter account, you'll go to buy something, go, oh, actually, I've got credit in my account. Lovely, thank you very much. Now, the ticking, this was incredibly popular. We had only 2 left. Have we got any left? 1 left. So there was a rush on it. Oh, and 5 of you with it in your baskets. Please, first to check out, we'll get that, and then that's gone. FJGC08. It's gorgeous for cushions, that one, and I love it with the grey. Green and grey has been a new thing that we've done quite a lot of, and I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. It's fresh and really modern. Love it. So if you want to get that, please check out your baskets now. Now, the last one to talk to you about, let me show you the fabric in it, is the dog bundle. Now, in it, you're getting 1.5 meters of this fabric. Lovely. 1.5 meters of that. Now, you can see all those polka dots in that design. So you've got a polka dot poodle in there and a jacket with a poodle on, with a polka dot on, and you're going to get, there you go, your polka dot, your thread, and everything else. $28.95. Only a few of these remaining as well, so please make sure you get 1.5 meters of this. You're getting a huge amount of this fabric. Love it. By the 1/2 meter, we've got the Flutterby left. The dogs are sold out individually. But if you want your Flutterby by the 1/2 meter, it's $4.95. Brand new today. Gosh, we are almost out of time for this hour. We've got so much to show you next hour. Oh my goodness. Do stay with us. It's cash back day today. See you in just a minute.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple program guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com. Tune in on Thursday the 15th of June when the lovely Victoria Peat will make her long-awaited return to Sewing Quarter. Victoria will be showcasing her very own tote bag, which has been brought back by popular demand. The kit comes complete with everything you need to make the bag, including instructions, patterns, and fabulously fun fabric to create a beautiful summer bag fit for boardwalk or beach. So make sure not to miss Victoria on her return to Sewing Quarter on Thursday the 15th of June at 11 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Welcome back. Ooh, something we've never done this hour, and that is bundle you your eau de coat. Ooh, this is exciting times, ladies and gentlemen, because we're giving you the excuse to make the most beautiful projects water repellent. Oh, yes. So here's what we've got for you today. Various bundles with fat quarters, a book to guide you, zips and thread and everything else. Now, if you get this today, then 10% of the value of everything you buy today, if it's over £10, gets paid back into your account, into your Sewing Quarter account as cash back for you to spend whenever you're ready with us here, which is really exciting. We've never done anything like this before on Sewing Quarter. It's for today only. It's because it's National Sewing Machine Day, so we thought that we would celebrate and give you a chance to make a big purchase if you wanted to, and lots of you making the most of that today, let me tell you. Good on you. And getting that cash back into your account. So lots of you saying you've been looking for these machines for a while. Today is just tip the balance. Today is the day. You want that 10% back into your account as an excuse to buy all the fabric and yummy stuff that we have on the show. Who needs an excuse? It's a great excuse. Let's have a look at these bundles. We've got different bundles, different fabrics, and so therefore different prices. But fundamentally, the bundles will give you fabric to play with, thread, 2 zips, a book, and eau de coat. Let's get into the detail. Now, if you have never played with eau de coat before, you are in for an utter treat. This has sold out so many times when we brought it to wear. You get an entire tub of this. Now, basically what this means is any of your beautiful cotton fabrics, you can now turn into an oilcloth effect fabric, which means it's water repellent, which is just incredible. If you think of all those gorgeous prints that you've got at home that you wanted for a wash bag, for a placemat, for a baby's bib, anything like that. We've even had someone make an umbrella out of this stuff before. A bit out of my crafty scope, but you know, it's possible. Then it's all there for you to do. So what we've done is put the whole pack together for you. We know from your feedback that when you started eau de coating, you can't stop. So we've given you the tub of eau de coat, which goes a very long way, by the way. We've given you 2 zips because the first obvious thing is obviously a wash bag to make and a makeup bag. And, you know, you're going to want to make a couple of those. So we've given you 2 of those. We've given you thread because, quite frankly, you can never have enough thread. And we've given you a fat quarter bundle here, beautiful roses and dots. For $47.95, you get all of these in as well. So what's not to love? And, of course, the book, which I will show you, by a lovely lady called Wendy Gardner. She's ever so sweet, very talented lady. And this is fun with fat quarters. It's all the sort of things. She's very glam, Wendy, by the way. Ever so glam. So, fun with fat quarters. All the different things that you want to do, because there are just so many things you can do. Lovely photographs in here, step-by-step guides. What is a fat quarter? So it starts you right at the very beginning, any materials, anything that you need to know in there, but then you get step-by-step projects. Great photography on here as well. So whatever it is that you're up to, so patchwork, eau de coat it, creating buttonholes, creating button hoops. You've got all of those, adding trims, so, you know, and a plique, so maybe you got 25 metres of rickrack earlier. Then you've got plenty of trim to be playing with. Here are your projects in here. Some fabulous flowers. So big projects, little projects, all sorts in there. I love the drawstring bags. Look at that. Oh, yes, you could eau de coat it and keep your swimming costume in it. There's your quilted cosmetics bag. Stay tuned. We're making that today. Oh, yes, but eau de coated. Now, that's your doorstop. Now, I was telling you the other day about my my rescue Ridgeback Jack, who hates doors being open that can swing shut. So you see, eau de coating the doorstopper so that the door can be open outdoors. Perfect. Aprons, mats, all sorts there. You see that, eau de coated, perfect, then just wipe clean afterwards. In fact, we even had someone email in asking if you could eau de coat a lampshade. Why not? Tucked in stitches, all sorts. So whatever skill level, this book's got it in there for you, and we've got the fabric and everything else to get going. Nice. So you're getting that in that bundle. Now, this is what we're going to make today. Let me show you the other bundles and give you those options. So in every bundle you get 2 zips, the book, the eau de coat, the thread. It's then a matter of choosing which material you want. So if you want your classic polka dots. Oh, now producer Hannah says that she would buy it with a friend and divvy it up. So if one of you wanted the book, one of you wanted the fabric, or you wanted to share the fabric, if one of you is just dying for that eau de coat, it's entirely up to you. $43.95. Prices vary depending on which fat quarter bundle you're getting. Everything else is the same. RKGC 68. You get the book in all of them as well. Now this is Dashwood designer fabric. You get 8 in here. We've made an entire quilt and had leftover fabric out of these. So Dashwood cut these exclusively for us, these fat quarters. And here they are. This was all inspired by a trip to New Zealand, where the designer found some beautiful antique books and used the print to inspire this design. So that's your designer. This is your designer one there. But you also get your book, your 2 zips, so you can make your wash bags, your eau de coat, and your thread. This is a big, big bundle. And of course, you'll be getting over £5 cash back when you buy that one today. Happy days. That comes so that you can spend that later, which is really nice. You see, buy today, have a treat another day. Perfect. Now, this is our final bundle here today. Again, eau de coat, zips, and your thread. It's all there. And then let's have a look at these fat quarters. Your classic spot with a twist. This looks more like bubbles to me. I think this is a fun bubble fabric. Look at that jade. Love that jade. And with the purple, actually, that's a really nice colour combo. $46.95 for this one, so whichever one you're going for, don't forget you're getting the book, you're getting the eau de coat, you're getting the thread, you're getting the zips, you're getting the fabric, you're getting everything that you need and so much more. We're going to make out of the Dashwood this. So using a couple of your fat quarters, and you get 8, that's what we're making. Q0GC92. It's only using 2 fat quarters. The lady who made this. Hello.
Hello, I'm back.
How are you?
Very good.
It's Jenniffer Taylor, everybody.
Hello.
Whoop, whoop. Now.
I've got a little tickle in my throat, so I do apologise if I keep having to go. Sorry. There's a
There's
frog in there and it just won't get out. I've had it for like 5 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, it's just. I feel like I'm getting better, but I'm sorry if I keep coughing.
That's all right.
So just a heads up.
That's all right.
Cute.
Very cute.
And you
actually,
had leftover. They didn't use the whole of it.
So how much did you use? Because look, there's a contrasting
It's almost like
lining
a
in
half
there.
of a fat quarter, almost. You still got left over of those two. I used 2 pieces, but we have leftovers.
Nice. Everybody likes leftovers.
I like it, but I thought I'd go with the blue combination for a little bit more of a masculine feel.
I like Father's Day.
Yeah, well, that's
Just,
what I thought.
just saying.
That's what I thought.
Father's Day doesn't have to be makeup. Could be shaving kits.
Yeah.
Get those nice little stubby brushes, don't you?
Yep.
Like those. Not for myself,
nice, isn't it?
obviously. Just to
See,
clarify.
I do lend my husband's. It's great for lathering your legs up when you're shaving your legs. Sorry, it's disgusting.
Excellent. Excellent. Now,
I want to get told off now.
you are very
Why
much
did I
so.
tell you this?
Yeah. We're making this. It's come out of the fun with fat quarters.
It has, and I think it's always good to get a book that's full of inspiration. We've all got fat quarters at home, I'm sure, that we're not diving into. And the great thing about that we're looking at and not doing anything with. So this is a great one for that inspiration.
And of course, what I love about this is that you will always have the book to keep because it's coming in that bundle.
Definitely.
So nothing ever runs out.
I do love a fat quarter.
It talks you through all sorts. Now, you see, I was looking at this for the Oda coat as well.
That'd be a fantastic idea. When you said it earlier, I was like, yes, Natasha, yes.
I've hit the nail on the head.
On the head. And you get so much in that little tub, it's ridiculous. You really don't need that much for a project. Honestly.
You get one of the fat quarter bundles that's got like 6 or 8, and you made one of these. That can do the whole table, but in different colours. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. Really nice idea.
Or for picnics. Because then, you know, if that's sat on the floor...
Well, with picnics, you don't... Well, unless you've got like a picnic thing with plates and everything, if you Oda coat it, then it gives you a nice covering, so you could just pop your sandwich on there. So you just take the mat, so that's where you'd pop your sandwich or whatever you have in with your knife and fork there. Bit of Oda coat on there, you'll be able to wipe those off.
Nice.
Love it.
Nice. Oh, yes. Now, Oda coat. Let's talk Oda coat because it is a fabulous product and it's coming in. This is the first time we've ever bundled this, and I'm so excited that we've done it because it means that you get a good excuse. Now, let me show you. These are projects that we've made in the past, and I just want to show you. Here we go. There's a few things to note about the Oda coat. Note about the Oda coat.
Note the Oda coat.
Is that if you just apply one layer, you can see it gives like a slight gloss. And that's just a normal cotton fabric. But the more layers that you apply, the glossier it gets. It doesn't change how water repellent is. As long as you've applied it with a brush and then just get an old store card or something, go that way, and that's it done. That's all you have to do. Let me show you. It doesn't get more water repellent, it just gets glossier the more you add. This is a wash bag that we made out of Oda coated fabric. I'm going to splash a whole load of...
You love this?
I do love this because, look, woohoo, just drips off. That, ladies and gents, is why we love Oda coat, because suddenly our most beautiful fabrics are useful.
Yes. Well, yes.
But it's one of those things. We don't want to use them because actually, let's face it, everything leaks. We don't want to wreck it.
I was thinking makeup bags with your brushes, for your brushes. And I find that obviously you're using your makeup, you've got your blusher on there, your eyeshadows, whatever. But they go all over the place, don't they? And they end up like making your makeup bag really dirty. Whereas with the Oda coat, it'll be protecting the vibrancy of the... So they don't look so mucky.
This will also...
having to wash my makeup bag.
Another interesting thing that I found out about this is that it sort of gives you a UV protection. So if it is something that you just leave on your windowsill, the colour's not going to fade. And you can speed up the drying process you can iron it. If you put some,
you can?
Yeah, so if you put some grease-proof paper, and if you want to wash it afterwards, so maybe you've made a baby's bib or something and Oda coated it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. You see, suddenly when you start thinking about it, it's like, oh yeah, and I could do this and I could do that. Say you wanted to make a baby's bib, but you've got beautiful fabrics. Oda coat it, and then when you do want to put it through the wash it at 30 degrees, that's absolutely fine, and you can iron it.
Clever.
It's very clever, really clever.
Somebody said, what was it, umbrella?
Yeah.
A really funky umbrella with loads of, especially with the fat quarters we got. That's ace. I'd actually buy a really cheap umbrella, take the fabric off, use it as a template to make your own, and Odie coat it.
You're a clever girl, you are.
Push umbrellas.
Lots of options.
Love it.
Lots of options
Love
with
it.
your Odie coat. It's all about, for me, placemats, baby bibs. It's about also pencil cases.
Yes.
Because how often does Freddie not put the lids back on?
Yep.
So for Freddie's pencil case, I would Odie coat the lining inside.
Yeah, rather than the outside.
Maybe both. I might go crazy and do both.
Double. Can't get in, can't get out. It's trapped.
Absolutely.
It's true though, and like I say, for the pot that you get a lot in there, and you actually don't need to put. You think you'd have to really lay that on, don't you? But you don't. You really don't. It's really just a
Have you
thin
Odie-coated
layer.
this?
I have. This is Odie coated.
Now, this is one of the fat quarters. Every single bundle that we've got on today's show, this hour, comes with your Odie coat. So you're not having to buy it separately. It's coming in with it. This is out of the spot bundle, but you can see you're just going to be able to.
I like that it's still got the texture of the fabric. It doesn't take away from that.
No.
That's what I like about it.
My top tip would be cut your fabric slightly larger than what you need, and then
Exactly
cut it
what
back
we've done.
once it's dry.
Absolutely what we've done.
Yay! Apparently that was a question. Oh, we're ahead of you. There we go. Excellent. What are we?
So we're doing the little project out of here because I thought, one, it's a great excuse to use the Odie coat, and also because we're going to do a little bit of quilting while there are lovely machines. So I thought, well, that's the perfect project for me. So I've gone ahead and Odie coated. This is the top section, and I decided to go with a alternate bottom. That's my bottom already done.
Very nice and
So we're going to go
alternative
for a
bottom.
two-tone bag, which is rather nice. Sorry, there you go. That's the. So I've gone with the darker blue for the bottom. And then
Did you Odie coat that as well?
that's Odie coated as well.
Ah,
Ahead,
Odie-coat-tastic.
advanced in time. Okay, so as you've said, Natasha, you are absolutely right. I Odie coated the fabric just a little bit bigger. So this is my pattern piece. Okay, so you can see that I've been rather generous with mine, but it's always best to do that, obviously, so you've got something to hold on to. It also doubles up great as a hand mask.
You said that, and I was like, hang on. This is how non-girly I am. Oh, what? And you want a hand mask, you know, like when you have a
No,
manicure.
well, I don't normally do that, but it reminded me of school when you put PVA glue on and you're forever. It's great. My hands were so soft after, but wear gloves. I didn't, as you do. So I went and cut out my pattern ahead on paper because I knew that I wanted to make lots of these. And like I say, from a fat quarter point of view, you can see those two pieces there. That's not even a fat quarter yet, is it? So you get loads left
it's like
over.
a fat eighth.
Yeah, exactly. So you get loads left over. So I knew because I was going to be making several of these today, I went ahead and got the squared paper. It's so handy having it because you just need to count the squares because it comes in centimetres and inches. Now, I'm normally an inches girl, but because this is centimetre paper, I was like, well, okay.
Count,
There's 26 across and whatever down. I was like that, been able to draft it out super quick rather than having to be precise with my cutting or whatever. I was able to go ahead and get a paper on that.
The patterns are all in the book, but like you say, if you want to, like Jennifer, and I do this as well, I'm exactly the same. If I know it's going to be a pattern that I want to use time and time again, I'll just do it out of the pattern paper. The pattern paper reminds me a bit of graph paper at school in that every fifth square it's darker.
Yes.
So that you can count your 5-10 centimetres easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see that straight away.
It's this. This is what it looks like.
It's definitely handy. It's definitely worth popping in your little stash.
There at the dobber on the floor.
Dobber.
I wouldn't be without this. Iron it when you first get it home. Like when you want to use a sheet of it, because it's all been folded up. Just give it a quick iron, and then you're good to go. But yeah, I've got a bag that I love. They laugh at me down the market because I arrive to get my fruit and veg. I've got one bag and then out, and they're all sort of the same sort of make because it's my favourite style bag to make, and they just fill up all my cloth bags with my fruit and veg. They found out what I do.
Those will come in handy for something. Bit of Odie coat strips.
You can make your Odie strips.
Your Odie strips. Sew them together, make a nice patchwork one. Keep the strips.
Outdoor cushions.
Oh, so much.
Outdoor door stoppers. Picnics galore.
Galore. It's all about the picnic. I can't wait for the nice weather to come back. It's disappeared from us for a little while, hasn't it? But hopefully it'll come back.
It'll come back. Now, you know, we had, it's just come to me, we had a viewer a little while ago who was making stadium seats. Do you remember? She was making stadium cushions.
Yeah. And I took that and I went, right, and I made, there was another project out of another book, and it was for a tablecloth, but instead of that, a placemat, but I used that design to do the stadium seat
this
because
is
the
what I
viewer,
was thinking.
I was like, it was such a great idea.
Stadium seating, picnic benches, things like that. If there's been a bit of rain and they're a bit damp, eau de coat the bottom of your cushion, you're not going to get a damp bottom. Well, not for that reason anyway.
Or damp modding, obviously.
Perfect.
Love it.
Job
But
done.
no, I did pinch that stadium idea. I thought it was great. Okay, so I've gone ahead and cut out the top section of my bag.
Yes.
So you've probably noticed there's two little notches there. This is for where the zips are. So I went ahead and got the zip. All the instructions are in the book, so don't worry if I'm going a little bit too fast. It's just so I know where to stop and start sewing, because we're going to put a zip in here. Okay. So I want to get ahead of the little plastic end here, and also what would be the notches there. So I've just come in a section. So I'm actually going to sew over the zip. Now it's okay to do that with this because it's a plastic tough zip. If it was metal, this is no-no. You'd need to go the other side. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just so you know.
You get 2 of these in your
Okay.
pack. This
Always
is
need a zip.
This is a big bundle.
You always
know,
need zips.
To get your book, to get your eau de coat, book and eau de coat. You know, already you'd be looking at sort of 30 quid.
Yeah.
Book, eau de coat. What else are we getting? A couple of zips, and then a whole load of fabric. Happy days.
Bargain. Okay, so I've got my right sides together. So you can see we've got my brighter side of my fabrics together there. So I'm just going to go ahead and sew. So I'm sewing properly from here to where my notches are. And then I'm going to do what's just a tacking stitch, because that's going to come out later. So I'm going to increase my stitch size, okay? So I've got our lovely machine today. Well, we've managed to find all the feet for the machine. Because obviously
Go through the machine later.
So that's that there. So all the information's on there, but I'm just going to go with the standard foot for now.
Okay.
So let's pop that down. So I'm just on a straight stitch. Just bring the pedal closer to me so I don't stretch and break my back. So it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Sorry, not 1.5. That's me rushing
That's you
ahead.
dressmaking,
that's
isn't
me
it?
dressmaking ahead. So it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance on this pattern. So I'm sewing towards it. I'm going to do a little back stitch there. So that's that done. So now I'm going to go ahead and increase my stitch width without taking the material away.
Which is easy to do.
Lovely, 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 lovely. That'll do it. So I'm just going to find my next point of reference, which is there. So I'm going to do this tacking stitch all the way down towards that notch. So that's that done. So do a little back stitch. And now I'm going to decrease it back down to what it was. There you go. And carry on forward. Ta-da! Okay.
Yay!
Ta-da!
Yay! Good job.
Good job, good job. Okay, so now we've got our, this is our top seam. So obviously this is where our zip's going to go.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't get enough of zips in terms of
enjoying
seeing
that?
them done, and I'm getting my confidence.
Good.
Did a curved zip the other day
Good
on
girl.
air,
Good girl.
eau de coated with tilde.
Very good. I am very happy to hear this, Natasha. This is
I
very
was
good.
very nervous. I'm not going to lie, but it worked.
Having a little moment there with the curves.
Do you know what that just goes to show, doesn't it, how much I love the eau de coat?
It's very true.
And our
I'm really
fabrics to
impressed with
actually
that.
do
That's
that.
not an easy thing to do. Well done, you.
Because I was laughing with Jennifer Mills when we were talking about the overlocker and the fact that she said, well, why do you overlock all your cushions? I said, because I don't put zips in, so they're always envelope folds. So if I wash them and get threads, it shows. So I would rather overlock
true.
all my fabric
very
than
true.
put a zip in, which kind of... But I'm learning and I'm
It's a
getting
rather
over that feel.
expensive way of getting...
I know. I suddenly realised how much fabric I would save if I just put in the zip. So
in the zip.
I'm learning the zips.
Would you mind passing me the wonderful unpicker out of our free little sewing kit?
Oh,
for me,
yeah,
darling?
of course. Now, God, do you know what? I feel like it's deals galore today because say this is the first time you've tuned into Sewing Quarter. Hello. And you spend over £10. If you spend over £10, then you get 10% cash back into your Sewing Quarter account to spend at a later date. If you spend, well, actually, no, it is if you spend over £10 as well. on your first ever order with us, you get a free sewing kit too.
Bargain.
That's amazing. There's your unpicker. Look, there it is.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh, a little tip while we're on the picker. This little red ball here, it's not decorative. It's got a purpose.
For years I've thought that was just there.
It's got a purpose, and that purpose, it's actually a safety feature. So most people, when they unpick, they go down blade first.
Yes.
Where in fact what you need to do is take a little stitch out first so you can get the ball in, and then go this way, because what it does, it separates the fabric, and then we'll get to the stitch.
So when I've ripped my fabric because I've been overzealous
you've been going
with my
that
unpicker,
way, whereas if you go that way, it's a little safety feature, a little safety ball there for you.
Love you, Jen, for telling me that.
You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. So all I've done with our little unpicker from our lovely kit is just made a little hole, and this is for our zip head. Okay, that's the only reason. So don't do the whole thing, just do this one section.
Do you know, I know that there are loads of people who've been sewing for years and years going, well, I never knew that. Well, I never.
Well, I never. Okay.
Good.
So we're going to go and baste our zip in now, okay? So we've got our notches at the side there. We did those earlier I did the scissors,
yes,
yeah?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So remember those little points of reference on our zip?
Yes.
So that's where we're going with that. So what you want to do is get the zip teeth along the line of stitching that you've completed, okay? So you want to balance that out. And then I'm going to go in with a needle and thread, okay?
Have you done a big knot one end?
Super big knot.
Yay, of course you have. Good.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be perfect. The main thing is that you're lining up those teeth. Now, obviously, because we've already coated this, you might need a little bit more manhandling than normal, so please forgive me. So you might just want to do this a stitch at a time. So this is where the hole in the fabric just allows that zip head to go through.
Oh, look, it's just nestles happily, doesn't it?
If you don't do that, then what will happen is when you get to start stitching over here, either with the machine or with your hand tacking, it will pull, and then you'll end up having a bump. So you want to allow that to separate slightly so it doesn't, so you have a nice clean line.
Is that top tip in the book?
Yes, it is.
Hey, that Wendy Gardner, she knows what she's on about.
It's got a nice little tip, that one, I thought.
Isn't it? For me, a bundle with a book in means that it never runs out. Because I'm always going to have the book left. Look at all... Hang on, we get wadding in there as well. Oh, I didn't show you any wadding. Oh.
What?
Yeah. Oh, it just got better.
I didn't
It just
know
got a
that.
whole lot better. No, I didn't know we had wadding as well. There we go. So you get a metre of wadding, metre square of
Gosh,
wadding.
that's really... well, I mean, it was good value in the first place, but that is like
just got
really
better.
good. Really good.
Yes, great. I've just spotted a baby playmat. Pretty pinafore.
Oh.
Out of fat quarters. Oh,
What we're looking at?
Rudy Page. Look. Got bras and everything. The underwear section.
The underwear section of the book.
That is so that you can be doing your gorgeous laundry bags.
That's
or,
cute.
as producer Hannah said, your swimming costume bag.
Perfect. Well, when you just mentioned about the play mat, I would actually overcoat the play mats, especially because obviously with babies they have accident. It would double up as not only a play mat but also a changing mat.
Yes, yes. We were saying this because we were selling the other day. We were selling some gorgeous. I've forgotten the word. Words escape me. Stuff that would have been perfect anyway for that. But
it would have been really good.
it would have been amazing. Yeah.
Okay.
But these bright colours and these polka dots, in fact, my baby bag for Freddie is pretty much that.
Oh, nice. Okay, so to finish off my stitching, I'm going to do what's called a double stitch, which is just where you basically stitch over the same area twice. So that's 1, 2, and then that'll be done then.
You know how I said that out of the fat quarters
Yes, I am listening.
of the
Oh, hello. This
You
is
never
nice.
saw this, but I thought you might like to see it. Well, this was made
That's so
out of the
nice.
fat quarters of your dashwood fabrics.
Oh.
There's
Is that a tumbling block?
It was a disappearing 9-patch
That's it.
block thing. Yes.
Good girl. That's really lovely.
good, isn't it?
I've always liked this this combination from Dashwood, actually.
No, I know, it's got your colours in, hasn't it? It's got the navies and the
now
mustards.
seeing it
and
in
the,
a quilt like that, it looks amazing.
But then all you'd need to add is just some plain, just a
Just
half
some
a metre of your
bold,
plain,
yeah,
just to
some
do that.
solid.
It's even, you've even got your binding
Love
in
that.
there.
That's such a
All-
nice idea.
I know, all out of your fat quarter, apart from the plain. Imagine, and then you've got your wadding in there as well.
Excuse me. So nice. Do you want to help? Hand. Yep. she's
we
all
go.
over it. You're all over it.
So you see,
Clever.
when we say, you can do your mats and things like that and Odacoat it,
You really
that
can.
was made out of these.
So nice.
That's the versatility and the joy of a fat quarter. Details coming up on the screen for you for this, $52.95. And you're getting Odacoat and a book and 2 zips and thread and wadding. Hello!
Any longer, you would have needed to take a breath. And you.
And cash back.
And
so
you
it's
ca-
not.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We keep forgetting about that.
So you would get £5.20, well, possibly 30 if they round it up, back into your account.
Bargain.
That just makes it even better. So then you can buy something else. That's half a metre of designer fabric. Boom, paid for.
Love it.
At a later date. Perfect.
Love it. That's very
The
good.
cashback doesn't come in today. It'll be put in,
I like that because it's
Yeah.
just,
It's a little treat. It's the
little
gift
treat.
that
You
keeps
forget,
on giving.
Forgot about that. Forgot about that little bit of pocket money, my little
Little Brucey
my little sewing quarter
bonus.
account. Forgot about that. Nice.
Happy days.
Happy
This
days.
is looking very lovely.
Thank you. We're not finished yet. It doesn't stay like that, unfortunately.
No, I know, but already it looks more professional than my zips, so I'm impressed.
Good girl.
We've got 27 minutes.
Wow, let's
We
get
can do
let's get
this.
speedy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I decided to take it up to the next level with the machine and go with the 680 this time. I've been
Stepping it
dying
up.
to play with this for such a long time. And the first thing that I was blown away with is just the feet. The feet you get. I've never seen so many feet in all of my life. And what I really like about it are the hidey holes for them.
Hiddly hidey holes.
Hiddly hidey holes. The first one is there.
Nice.
Love that.
I love that they're ordered.
I know.
This is like the walk-in wardrobe of
It is.
sewing machine
It is.
feet.
Well, this is my
It is.
wardrobe. I'm just going to pop my other foot back in there.
Oh, happy day.
There you go.
Oh.
I love it. Forever losing my feet. I love this. It doesn't stop there, Oh no.
Oh, look down here. That's exciting.
It's so nice. So let me just pull that little tray out so you can see. Look. You got
Feet
some more there.
and bobbins.
And you got holes in there, bobbins in there. But that's not even half of them. There's still some more over there.
Oh, no, hang on a minute. This is, we said this is like the big bad boy of our machines. This is how
big
we
bad
describe
boy.
the big bad boy of our machines. It's got some mighty extra feet. Look at this. So there is your quilting walking foot.
be using
You've got
that in a
that.
bit.
You've also got 2 quilting guides so that you can make sure that it's, your quilting is all in line. But you see, look, you get your free motion embroidery and darning feet. Look at the quality of these. These are sturdy. I mean, wow. And also, look at that little one as well. So all of these different feet for your darning, for your embroidery, free motion embroidery, all of those sorts of things, plus all of the feet that were on there. And you know how we often have people email in, oh, don't forget your buttonhole as well. We often have people email in saying, oh, my
Excuse me.
fabric gets caught and chewed
Oh,
when I first start off.
Such so annoying thing.
You have a different plate for that. So there isn't the hole for the fabric
you don't
to
have the
be
big
pulled
gap.
down through.
It's just that single.
And look at all of those measurements. So if you're quilting, now imagine you bought that seam guide from earlier. Look at all that metal that you can attach it to.
What this number? It also doubles up as a great
That's
needle
amazing.
catcher. You got any pins?
This is just the most incredible machine. And you can also use it to sew in circles. It's got a pivoting function, so you can sew in circles.
That's fun. Give that a go. Definitely
Which
give
is
that a go.
exclusive to Elna. That little pivoty functioning
And
thing.
you can put them in different places on the machine, which is just great.
We could spend hours talking about this machine, but we should be making things.
Move on. Okay, so now I'm going to sew in my zip. So the one thing I just need to do is just
with the old zip foot that comes with it.
Yeah, so I've just, while we're having a little chat, I've gone ahead and done that for you. So I'm just going to sew it in. That's it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go down.
Yeah.
Take my pin out. So remember, I know that we're okay because I did that ahead of time, so I know that I'm walking over the zips. And this is I want to take it really slow. So I am actually going to manually crank that.
Okay, you've got that function as well. A lot of you are asking to see the different, well, Karen and a few others saying, please can we see the fabric bundles again? Because decisions as to which to get. Oh. Yes, of course, we'll just put the zip in and then I'll zip over and show you those fabrics.
That's better.
Zippity-doo-dah.
Zippity-doo-dah. So I'm just going all, oh, what was that then?
Sorry, you just caught on the...
Ah, I see. There you go. So what I like about the zipper foot, it's butting up against the zip that's currently hiding underneath the fabric because I've made that stitch.
You know why I've hated zips for so long?
Yeah.
Because I didn't put a zipper foot on.
Use your zipper foot. I mean,
and now it's so easy because it just does the hard work for me. Whereas I was wibbly wobbling around all over the shop. Well, it's right tools for the job. I cannot stress this enough. I have made all the mistakes for you. I like to think of it a bit like charity work. I've made all the mistakes for you, so I can say, just put your zipper foot on. Just run it. I lost it. Found it. Hooray! You won't lose it here because you'll keep it in your walk-in wardrobe.
I just love it.
And then but it made it a pleasure. I was like, well, that's why I hated it. Now I love it.
It's about the tools for the job.
That's why it's easy. That's why people love putting in zips, because it's easy.
There you go. I've done that now.
Bosh, job done.
Done. So I've gone around and sewn that in.
Oh, the funny thing is, though, Jennifer, so many people are on the zip journey with me.
Well, your first zip is terrifying. A zip on a curve is not exactly easy.
Live on air.
But
I think that's over that zip phobia.
Love it.
Boom.
Love it, love it, love it. So I've gone ahead and
zip going
that's
on
where
here.
I went a bit wrong, so just ignore that for a second.
Okay.
So then what you would then basically do is just go ahead and unrip that and obviously take out your tacking stitches.
So here's your unpicker that would come with the machine. Oh, look, you see, look, that's blunt. They haven't got a ball on it, but it's blunt for your top tip.
Top tip.
They know what they're doing at Elna, don't they?
Oh,
Bing.
So satisfying. I love a good sharp unpicker. There's nothing better than a nice sharp unpicker.
I need a new unpicker.
Okay, so now I've got that section done now, so it's all about the quilting.
Do you take out your...
I'm going to do that at the very last point. So once I've sewn my bag together, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to get that done straight away. So once I've done that, when you do your lining, so once you've done your lining, you would have sewed that separately. When you get to put it inside the bag, and then you're going to sew what would be the zip part, take out the stitches then. Just leave them there for now. Okay.
We're making this, ladies and gents, just in case you're wondering. This is it. This is out of our Fun with Fat Quarters.
Fun with Fat Quarters.
Which uses half of 2 fat quarters, basically, only because we've got a contrasting lining.
Love it.
A lot of you loving the fabric, so I'm going to go and show you all of the different fabric bundles.
Great.
Now, okay, in every bundle here in front of me, you are going to get a pot of the incredibly fabulous eau de coat. Yes. 2 zips, thread, whoops, a lively one, that one, and Wendy Gardner's book, Fun with Fat Quarters, and a metre square of wadding. Hello, what an amazing bundle. Basically, you just have to choose which fabric, and here are your options. Number 1 is Roses and Dots. Roses and Dots is a classic. Uber pretty, $47.95. Hang on. Oh, single figures in this bundle now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fat quarters. Hello. Nice. Your eau de coat zip, everything in there. $47.95. So you've got all your inspiration and everything you need to get going. Happy days. Now, the next one is your classic polka dot. Again, 6 fat quarters here. This is the one that we're using. So lots of different colours in there. Lovely. What I like about this, something for the boys, something for the girls. So if you are making something, you know, maybe a nice wash bag for Dad, Father's Day, heads up at the weekend, then, you know, perfect. You've got all, sort of a khaki grey greeny in there, which is very lovely. And eau de coat zips and thread and book and wadding and $46.95. But of course, you're going to get 10% cash back for today only. It's that good, I'll sing it. My singing's not that good. If only it was as, you know, if only my singing was as good. Be an opera singer. Now, your dashwood. This is the biggie. This is your $52.95 one, but we've just seen an entire quilt made out of these fat quarters, and it looked rather gorgeous. $52.95 for your designer one here. There it is. This is the most popular. You love your dashwood. It's a beautiful quality fabric, and now eau de coated. Now, a little different take on your polka dot. I like to think of these as bubbles. What are we calling them? Probably not bubbles. Oh, we've called them summer dots. Well, why not? Summer dots equals bubbles in my book, in a little glass of something a bit sparkly and nice. $43.95, all of those fat quarters in your summer bubbles. Oh no, summer dots. I'm obsessed with bubbles. $43.95. Now, cash back is today, and today only. Let me explain that to you, because this is the first time that we've ever done it. You might have just joined us. Hello. 10% cash back on anything you buy above £10 today. That will then go back into your account, not today, but like over the next week or so, up to a month. It'll be back into your account. All the T's and C's on the website. Once that money is in your Sewing Quarter account, buy whatever you like with it. Well, not like your Tesco shopping, but from Sewing Quarter, which is brilliant. Lots of you taking advantage with your sewing machines, overlocking. A lot of you going crazy for the old overlocker, because that was £449, which means that you will get £44.90, basically £45 back in cash back. Hello. Back into your account.
Very nice.
Boom. To spend on, you know, fabric, bundles, tools.
Joy.
Well, just think, this bundle, how much is this bundle? 46, that would only be £1.95 if you were buying that with your cash back.
Nice.
Could you imagine that?
Nice.
Be like, oh, thanks, I've got an overlocker.
I'll have that.
And all of that.
Wonderful.
But, you know, but because we're bound to have a bundle like this then. You know?
Yeah.
A bundle that you're going to love.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Might not have the eau de coat in it, but there'll be a bundle you love.
There'll be a bundle that we always pull out the bundles for you. Okay, so I've gone ahead and attached my wadding to my front section now, and I've popped some pins in, but notice that I haven't put the wadding anywhere near the zip. Okay,
no.
So again, this is part of the instructions. So I've just butted it up where the zip tape ends.
Yes.
Okay, and I've put my pins sort of facing me. Okay. So I can take them out easily when I get to the machine. So I've gone ahead now and changed my foot.
Oh, get you.
Ta-da!
Was that easy to do?
Super easy. So
I didn't hear any
clank, clank, clank. No, it's just
swearing
this little knot
cursing
there.
or anything. It was all done beautifully.
Just that little turny bit there. You just turn it off and then put it back in.
Nice.
Off you go. Done. The only thing is on the walking foot, you can see that there's the little arm there. Make sure that you put it over that section. If you put it under, it will break. Okay,
Right,
that's what's giving your teeth that movement. So it takes the teeth up and down. So make sure you do put that arm over the top of it, not underneath it.
If it's the first time, you don't just follow the instructions. The instructions are really
The instructions
clear.
are fabulous.
Yes.
Fabulous, fabulous. Okay, so I'm going to go in with my walking foot. Now, what the walking foot's just doing here is, what it's doing is pulling both fabrics at the same time, so you won't have any slippage. Okay,
Nice.
That's what's really great about it. So it's great for quilting, first of all, especially if you're doing your straight lines. And with our little guide on here, that will come into its own in a moment. For me, it's anything that are difficult fabrics, so things like, I don't know, corduroy or velvet. That's sort of from a dressmaking point of view, it's really worth getting a quilting or walking foot, because it'll just help you be able to deal with those more difficult fabrics. So it's more than just for quilters. All right? More than just for
I'm glad
quilters.
you mentioned that, actually, because I've got a project with velvet coming up that,
Have you?
that I should use.
That's super. Oh, that's exciting.
It's a nostalgic project.
Yeah, I can't look at velvet anymore. It's too much for me.
Oh, well, no,
Claustrophobic.
this was my grandmother's embroidered cushions.
Oh.
And the velvet's gone.
Gone.
They're years and years and years old. So Mum asked if I would unpick it all and reback them.
Yeah.
Bit nervous about doing it.
nervous.
Not gonna lie. But yeah, we'll do it. Right.
Okay.
What are we doing?
So I've changed the foot already. So now I'm going to go and have a play. So we had quite a lot of stitches with our last machine, but we have a lot on this one, which I think could be a little bit overwhelming, but it's really, really not. So you could name your quilt, you could write your name on it, and a little Father's Day message. You could go to town on this machine.
Now, up here with these, because you do have the alphabet up here, you can actually program them in. So you can program in names in there. And it's not just like the English alphabet as well. You've got some other...
Cypriot, I think.
Or Russian or some, I don't know. Some other,
language.
Another language. I'm not up on all that.
No,
But look at all of these decorative, beautiful stitches as well.
Gorgeous,
are we
aren't they?
going with just a normal stitch?
Wow.
What are we doing?
I thought I'd try it out. So on here, you've got different modes. So I'm in mode 1 at the moment, and I know that because it's saying that it's in mode 1. And then I'm going to move it to mode 2. So I'm just going to press the button. So now I'm in mode 2. You see that moved? I'll wait for you to come back up. That's mode 1. Mm-hmm. There you go. So I want to go to mode 2.
Oh, so you get a number 2 there.
So there's a number 2 there, and that's referring to this section here, okay? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to just go with this wavy stitch. I was so excited when I saw this. I'm going to quilt with a wavy stitch.
But this is awesome.
So what I've done is I've set my guide. So what this little arm's doing here is just keeping a knife. So I've put it up with the zip. So I know it's going to be parallel to that, even though I've got all these lovely wavy lines going on.
Now, the beauty of this machine, unlike the others, when we talk about swing on a sewing machine, I have to obviously do the visuals for you on that. The sewing machine needle will go from one side to the other. Now, most sewing machines have a 7mm swing, which means that that's going to be the maximum width that you can get on a decorative stitch. This takes you up to 9mm. So you've got a much wider stitch and stitch option, which is why you can do things like this wavy stitch and get it looking so fab, because you've got that extra swing.
So I've done 2 lines, but I'm not going to go in my third now so you can see what I'm doing. So I've lifted the foot up, lifted my arm up. I love it. See, I'm not a quilter, but I'm loving this. Loving it. Okay, so there we are. So I'm just balancing that little arm there on my stitches, okay? So it's lining up with that line of stitches. So I know when I do my next line of stitching.
So it just acts as a guide, which means that you get your stitching exactly the same. It's like you're stitching on your own rip-rack.
I didn't think about adding the rip-rack. That's such a good idea.
Oh, that's a whole other shame.
So one thing you can do, so I've set that to a 2cm difference, okay? Whereas you can actually move this and put it anywhere you want. So now that's 4.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's really up to you. So I'll just pop it back to 2. There's 2. So I could do it to 4. So you're just moving the bar back and forth, however you want. So you can set the guide on that. But just go ahead and just go for it.
That when you quilt, and if you're quilting something big, because I've got something big to quilt, I might have got a bit overexcited. I only actually need to draw out one straight line across it.
That's right.
And then I can just, because I'm going to have to, because I wasn't quite accurate with all my squares, I'm going to have to quilt it diagonally.
Okay, but that's nice. That gives a really, really nice effect.
But you see, now I know that I can follow it. I just need to do one line, and I don't have to, because otherwise I was going to be sat there with a pen
forever. And that's
and a day.
okay. That's okay as well if you haven't got a walking foot. But when you have the machine, use it. Don't be afraid to use the feet. They're there for a reason.
Now, in your bundle today, not only do you get fat quarters, but you get ways in which to have fun with fat quarters. Oh yes. Wendy Gordon has written a lovely book, and this is what we're making, which is the Quilted Cosmetic Bag. Full instructions there. Patterns, everything that you need, takes you through, hand in hand, how to do that zip. There you go. And of course, you can waterproof it. That's what we've done. So the fabric that we're using today is one of our fat quarters, but we eau de-coated it first. So that means it's going to be water repellent. So it's just fabulous. This is the particular bundle that we're using, which is the polka dot quilted makeup bag kit. $46.95. Now you've got 2 zips, you eau de-coat your thread, your 6 fat quarters, your wadding, and your Fun with Fat Quarters book in there. Now what you've seen, and I think very clearly here, is that Jenniffer has done nothing different with this eau de-coated fabric. In fact, I've almost forgotten that you'd eau de-coated it. Because there's nothing has changed.
Nothing's changed.
You just sew it like you would any other cotton fabric, which is the absolute joy of it. That's why I love this product so much. But if you splash water on it, it just dribbles off. Drips off.
Drip.
No problem at all.
There's one thing I keep forgetting about this the sewing machine, just to digress very quickly from the eau de-coat. It's got scissors on there, and I keep forgetting it every time. But it's a new machine. I'm just getting used to it. So it's all about learning things, learning new things. So I forget that you don't even need. I keep using the side cutter here.
You've got that
option.
option.
I've got scissors on the side. Okay, so there's my front done. So I've not quilted the whole thing, but you get the idea. You can go as many times as you like. Now all you need to do is take your second bottom piece, okay, and it would be right sides together. So let me just flip that over. Right sides together. And then it's about sewing it. So you need to sew all the sides apart from these square sections here.
So the little chunks that have been cut out.
These little chunks. So those are basically darts, okay? So it's this section, that section, and that section that you sew first. And then you then sew these together later. And that gives you your square bottom, because I know that we're running out of time. But it's a really, really simple construction, really, really simple to make. And then to do the lining, it's exactly the same thing again. Same situation with the zip, but this time you wouldn't do a tacking stitch in there. You'd leave that open.
Okay.
Okay? And that would be where the zip would be later on.
That's all in the book.
It's all in the book. But I thought it was really, really nice little project, especially if you've got your sewing machine, that you're learning your new stitches and playing around with those, and you're doing a zip using all of your feet there, your normal foot, your zipper foot, and your walking foot, just in the one project.
Get playing. This is your quilted cosmetic bag. This is what we made, but with our eau de coat, so that ours is water repellent or makeup repellent or, you know, general mess repellent. It tells you what you need there. And of course, this is the perfect project. You know, you can size it up, size it down. If you want to make it bigger into a wash bag for Father's Day, you can do that. And it's just falls for you to pick which project you want, because the book comes with it. So if you've been looking for something a little bit fun, and you see again, something like this, you can quilt that. And then again, eau de coat it.
Eau de coat.
Yep. I think for me, it's about babies' bibs and things like that in the most gorgeous fabrics.
That is such a good idea.
And then, you know, eau de coat it up. Lots of hints, tips, advice, how to applique, how to add trimmings, all in the book. What we've done is given you the eau de coat so that you can have fun with it, and your thread and everything else. Would you like to leave? Should we leave that there, or do you want to sew anything else together?
If you think that we've got time.
How long have we got? A minute or so left? I'm going to go show the
I
fabric.
thought so.
Yeah, because, you know, so
You
we've
know
got so
what you're
many
doing.
options. I'll see
You know what you're doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's gorgeous. Right, over to here. Now, this is the book that we've just looked through. It's just a great all-round book. So whether you're just after different projects, and you've got 15 different projects in here, whether you're after a different project, whether you're after just some general hints, tips, what sort of materials to use, it's all covered in here. So you've got your basics, and then all of the different things to use, different techniques. So it's like a workshop in a book, which is lovely. And you are getting that in each of these bundles. In fact, let's have a look at the Dashwood one, because this has been so popular. We showed you the quilt earlier that we'd made out of this fat quarter bundle. There we go. Let me show you that. Thank you. Here we are. Now, all you'd need to do is just add in I think it was about 1/2 metre of your plain out your stash, but look at that. Now it's also been bound in the Dashwood fat quarters as well, but this whole quilt was made out of that fat quarter bundle, and then just add in your plain for your sashing. A bit good, that, isn't it? And there was plenty left over. I think that just shows how far a fat quarter bundle can actually go. Now the fat quarter bundle, the Dashwood one, is the only one with 8 fat quarters in, hence the slight price difference there. $52.95 for that, but you're getting your wadding, you're getting your Odecoat, you're getting your 2 zips, you're getting your fat quarters, the book, and your thread. All in there, $52.95, and you're getting 10% cash back into your account. Into your sewing quarter account, but that is for today only. So if you want to make the most of this incredible deal, anything that you buy over £10 today, 10% will be paid back into your sewing quarter account over the course of the next month. So whether it's a sewing machine, whether it's an overlocker, now is the day to get those larger ticketed items, because you're going to make the most back on it. It's not about what you're spending, it's about what you're saving. That's what we say, isn't it? You know what I mean, ladies. T's and C's all on the website for you. Nice. Let's go with the rosy one over here, shall we? Decisions. Which colour, which pretty colour to go for? These are your roses and dots. Ever such a pretty one. And lots of you got this in your baskets, but we've only got 5 left, and lots of you got this in your baskets. Please check it out. You will be getting £4, or nearly £4.80 back in cash back for this into your account at a later date. Like we say, that cash back doesn't go in today, it comes back into your account for a nice surprise for another day. Those 2 are the most popular, the Dashwood and the roses. Gosh, another busy show. We've also got the polka dot that we've seen here. There we go. So check out the website for all of those. Now, in a moment or 2, we're going to be back with this jacket and how to make it, because you can't have this because I'm wearing it. And I love it. So you're going to be learning how to do the reversible Boxy Clothkits Jacket in just one moment with Jenniffer Mills. Grab yourself a quick cuppa and we'll be back in just one moment.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
this tutorial we're going to be doing something called a tacking stitch. Now it's very, very similar, in fact it's the same as a running stitch, but this time it's going to be a lot bigger, so you can remove the stitches later because it's a temporary stitch. At the back we're going to go through the front. So if I go through the fabric first, so this time you can see that I'm making these stitches a lot bigger because this is just a temporary stitch that I want to be able to remove a lot easier. If I just do another couple of stitches for you. So what you'll be able to do when you get at home and you want to remove the stitches, you should just be able to pull those out nice and easily.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. Tune in on Thursday the 15th of June when the lovely Victoria Peat will make her long-awaited return to Sewing Quarter. Victoria will be showcasing her very own tote bag, which has been brought back by popular demand. The kit comes complete with everything you need to make the bag, including instructions, patterns, and fabulously fun fabric to create a beautiful summer bag fit for boardwalk or beach. So make sure not to miss Victoria on her return to Sewing Quarter on Thursday the 15th of June at 11 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. Now, of course, the joy of a reversible jacket is that it is indeed reversible. And that's what we've got on the show for you this hour. Lots of you have been messaging in about this gorgeous jacket. I can take absolutely no credit in making it at all. Jenniffer Taylor made this one, and Jennifer Mills is going to make it this hour. But a few little housekeeping messages for you. We've had such a busy day, my goodness. So first thing to tell you is we've got 10% cash back on. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this. So this is the way it works. You spend £10 or more, you will get credited back into your account within the next 30 days, 10% back into your Sewing Quarter account for you to then spend as you wish here at Sewing Quarter.
The next thing to mention is, this has proved so popular with you buying sewing machines that we've sold out of our super duper duper uber good one, the top of the range 680 that we had on the last show for you. But because Elna and Sewing Quarter love each other, we've been in contact with Elna and they said, yes, we will send you more of those straight away. So they will arrive at our warehouse this afternoon. If you have your heart set, and it's a bit of a goodie, if you've got your heart set on the Elna 680, and today is the day because you'll be getting, what, about £100 cash back into your account from that to spend at a later date, then what we would suggest you do is, when we come off air this afternoon, give our customer services a call, okay? 0800 112 4433. And they will be happy to take you through that purchase, okay? They're just not in the warehouse yet. We can't sell them until they land in our warehouse. It's not fair, all those sorts of... We're very heavily restricted on our ASA rules, blah, blah, blah. So when they hit the warehouse, we can then sell them to you. That will be happening this afternoon. So if you want to take the benefit and make the most of the 10% cash back, you can do that. So just do that this afternoon, and that will still apply. The 10% cash back is on all day, so you're not going to miss out at all. Just give us a quick phone call later. It's free to do so, 0800 112 4433, and check that they've landed in our warehouse, ready to then come and wend their merry way to you. Now, the other thing to mention is earlier we had the little seams guide for you. Lots and lots, and it was sold out in like minutes. Lots and lots of you had lots of questions, and one of the questions was, is it okay to use with a computerized machine? We checked with the manufacturers. Whilst we used it with a computerized machine earlier, they wouldn't like to recommend it, so it's entirely up to you. We used it earlier, no problem. They say meh. So it's entirely up to you. If you're not comfortable, then just phone up the customer services, get it taken off your order. We're completely happy for you to do that. It's my fault. I should have made that point earlier. It was only when all of you asked about it, we suddenly thought, oh yeah, no, we'd better check. So we rang the manufacturers and they said, we don't recommend it with a computerized machine, as we had used it earlier. But if you'd like to sort that out, then just call the customer services. Do you know what? They're such a helpful bunch. 0800 112 4433. Now, lots of you today saying you love the jacket. I love it. I absolutely love it. You know when you... when people talk about going day to night, this will take you day to night. Well, this is exactly the sort of jacket that you can do it. You can have a more conservative outer and then a whizzy, woohoo, reversible inner. So, slightly different fabric choices for you today. This is the gorgeous linear. Now, you're getting 4.5 meters of fabric here. We have to, because, you know, you're getting basically enough fabric to make 2 jackets because it's fully reversible. So you're getting this gorgeous linear, and this is such a rich colour. And matching thread. So there's your oh, hang on, let me put that in about the one space you can't actually see it. There we go. And then that's your Joel Dewberry, which you can see makes a really rather lovely jacket, which is $66.95. So this is for your blue Clothkits Boxy Reversible Jacket kit, including the pattern, material and thread, everything that you need to get. Now, I don't know about you, but you'd be going some to get a jacket for $66.95 of this style and caliber. But it's not just one, it's 2. Different fabrics. We've got a different fabric on the inside. On yours, it will be this one, which is really rather lovely. So I think this means that you can have a grown-up daytime, woohoo, evening, woohoo. I love it. I absolutely love it. Other options for you today. Of course, with each of these, you're getting 4.5 meters of fabric. You're getting the instructions, patterns, everything else. You are also getting the lovely thread. So let's have a look at this one. So this is your Scandi, and it's in red. Beautiful. $49.95. So you see, maybe you want that for the lining. Maybe that's going to be your day-to-day, and then fancy lining. Going out at night, maybe you want to have, woohoo, $49.95, VDGC 35. Maybe you want it in a grey. Very in, very on trend. Here you go. Again, pattern, thread, everything coming with it. 4.5 meters of fabric. Gorgeous. $49.95. Which is, hang on, 4.5 meters. Which one has the extra half meter in? We'll have a look. Okay. We'll take a look. I think it's in the pattern that you're getting the extra half meter, but I will double check that. Now we're going to go super chic this hour. We're going to show you this in, look in this. There we go. In the grey one, you got the extra half meter in the solid, and we'll find out with the others. Now, here we go. We've got your spot and your plain. I like this. I just love a fancy lining though, to be honest. And if it then becomes reversible, happy days. So you've got your spot, you've got your navy, you've got your thread, and of course you've also got your pattern. They are your choices for today. Oh, the solid in this one is where you're getting your extra half meter. So it's 4.5 meters, because of course you'll be able to bind it and stuff. So that's why you need that extra little bit. So $54.45 for that. Prices again all dependent on which fabric you're using, which fabric we've put it in. So slight price varieties going on. It's entirely up to you. But of course, don't forget you spent over £10, so you're going to get your 10% cash back into your account. T's and C's, everything on the website. Now, without further ado, let's go and take a look at how we make this. I'm not exactly catwalk, am I? Let's face it. Hello, Jennifer. How are you?
Great, thank you. It's good to be here.
Now, you're a bit of an expert dressmaker.
I don't know how you answer that. Yes, I am.
And I know this because I read all the lovely comments about when you and John have done shows together, and it's the bringing together of two brilliant dressmakers together, and just this wealth of experience. For me, we're going to have to scale it back for beginner.
Okay.
And I'm very, very keen to learn.
Great. That's wonderful.
Where do we start?
Well, should we have a look at the pattern? Because one of the things I love about Clothkits patterns is this really decent quality paper.
Very first thing is, everybody's asking about the sizes.
Right.
So the sizes with these, UK size 8 to 20. Now, we know sizes vary.
They do.
Yeah. So bust measurement is from an 83 and this is in centimetres, up to 112 centimetre bust. And that's your size 8, and the largest is 112. So 83 centimetres up to 112 covered bust-wise. Hips, we're looking at 90 centimetres up to 120. And waist, we're looking at 65 up to 95 centimetres for your waist. All covered in one pattern. Hip, hip, hooray.
Yeah, and that's body measurements on this one, isn't it? Because something to just keep an eye on is that some cloth kits have garment measurement on the back, on the pattern, so that you can see what the garment actually measures, and some have body measurements, so that's worth double checking.
Oh, that's a subtle difference, isn't it?
It's always worth double checking, and this one is body measurements. So you could measure yourself, read those off, and then cut the pattern accordingly. And either trace off, or I always fold back. So I decided with the dress stand in mind to make a size 12.
Okay.
So I've folded back to that line, but if I open that out, you can see how many sizes there are there.
Oh, extra sizes, yes. I
So
think
I've
it's
folded back.
very, very flattering jacket.
It is.
If you want any specific sizings, please message in. We will give you those on air. That's no problem at all. We're always happy to help. Now, this is good quality paper, isn't it?
It is really good quality
We're going to be able to
paper.
use this more than once.
Many times, yeah. That's what I love about it. It's great. One of the things that makes this fit so beautifully is the fact that you've got a bust dart on the front piece, a small shoulder dart on the back piece here, and an elbow dart. And those subtle additions to the pattern cutting.
Just rounds off. I have to say, it's incredibly comfortable.
Yeah.
You know I love a jacket. It's one of those things, and I particularly like this one. It's very comfy.
Really suits you, and it fits well too. I like the fact that the shoulder width is perfect on you.
Do you know, I hadn't tried it because I've got quite big shoulders. I used to swim an awful lot, and so big old shoulders. But actually,
Yes, it's great.
it doesn't make me feel. It's called a boxy jacket, but it doesn't make me feel.
It's with shape though. Like I said, these darts make all the difference. So, and it's just 3 pattern pieces, a front, a back, and a sleeve.
Yeah. Now today the pattern only available in this bundle, so if you are loving the pattern, and so many of you are, then make sure you've got enough material, you've got everything that you need to get going with it. Oh, perfect, including the thread.
So I've done quite a lot of prep because I wanted to focus on what I think are the key elements to making it work.
Okay.
So you cut out. They're duplicate layers. There's no difference between the outer and the inner.
Really?
So that
because
makes
it's reversible?
Yeah, beautifully simple. There's no difference. And also with the bound edge, that's the other factor. There's no facing or anything like that.
Oh, of course.
So
does that mean that this is something that a beginner?
Yeah, I'd say so. It'd be
Really?
a lovely project for all levels of sewing ability. Yeah.
Oh.
I would encourage people to give it a go, definitely.
So that's it bound?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, if you get our bundle today with the blue, with this one. Oh, no, the one down the bottom. Okay, so if you get, are we calling that blue? Okay. This one we're calling blue. Then it is a slightly different bundle to the one that I'm wearing. You're getting a linear one there. Now you're getting extra of the Joel Dewberry, which is the bottom fabric. Oh no, sorry, it's the extra of the linear. Basically, you get enough to make it and make your binding. That's why you're getting 4.5 meters. So you'll get 2 meters of one fabric, 2.5 of the other. That extra half a meter makes your binding so that you can then edge.
Yeah, and I've got the lovely binding maker as well, so we can cover that
Yay!
too.
Happy days.
The navy one is all sewn together.
This is a very grown up, isn't it? So there it is, ready to go, and a very different, smart look.
Yeah, especially teamed with that.
And then we're going with the polka dot, just to give it a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Which is lovely.
So that's the elbow dart that you can see there on the back sleeve. And so I've transferred the markings through the pattern paper by putting a pin through the end of the dart point and then marking the wider ends of the dart. And then after the paper was lifted off, I've joined those together with a ruler and our lovely mechanical pencil.
A pin was put in here. I don't know if you can you make out that line? Oh.
Is it difficult to see?
It's really tricky to see, yeah. But basically, from that line. Now, you said to me earlier that mechanical pencil, absolutely fab
great
for
for darts
dressmaking.
because the line is so precise. Yes, it's wonderful.
There you go, you can see it now. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Ooh. Now,
So-
those darts, this is in the arm, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes,
it's the
it's
elbow.
the elbow dart.
Yeah, so that sleeve's done. So I'm going to, so it's right sides together, which is why I've marked the darts on the wrong side.
Okay.
And I'm going to put a pin through and put a pin through to match those lines. And then, because it's quite a skinny dart, so you can't pin very widely if you use that technique. And then I'm going to pin at the dart point there.
So just so that fabric, let me just show. So basically, folding along the middle of that dart, which means that's the point of your dart, pinned there, and then coming out so that you've got equal dartage. I'm making up terms as I go along. Equal dartage either side. You know what I mean. And those pins are making sure that fabric's not moving.
And then another one in the middle.
Oh, we're
Again,
going belt and braces.
Using that line, going through. And then I probably will have to just go sideways because it's such a small dart like that. I'll take them out before I reach them. And I'm going to sew in red so that it shows up nice and clearly.
Oh, excellent. Now, you see, if I quite like a contrasting thread.
Oh,
I've
got a thing about contrast top stitching. In fact, I was thinking about this because on the right side there's a red polka dot. When you do the binding, you could do red top stitching, which would give it that flash of colour all the way around that edge. Or even use one of the decorative machine stitches and red thread.
Nice.
And make a real feature of that bound edge.
Now, the red thread comes in the red bundle. We're using the red so that you can really see the stitches. You get navy in with your kit, but there's nothing to stop you from switching out to another colour. It's entirely up to you. Then you'll just have your navy thread for something else. You know, what we like to give you here is ideas. We'll give you the kit so you can absolutely make it. No problems at all. But then if you have an idea like doing your different colours, then do. Doesn't matter. It's entirely up to you. The beauty of it is that nobody's going to have the same.
Yeah. So I'm going to follow that lovely line drawn by the mechanical pencil, and I put that pin in so the point points to the dart end.
Right.
I'm not going all the way through. It's just I find it a really good visual guide. And then as I approach, I shall take it out of the way, and I can see where that dart point is, actually in the middle of that white polka dot, which helps. And I'm going to just run off at that point, no reversing.
Okay, so just keep going.
Yes.
Keep sewing. Now, a lot of you wondering about this fabric, let me just show you. Again, to help see, we've used red thread for this so that you can see you get navy in the bundle. But if I turn this fabric round the right way, it's red spot. That's what you're going to see. That's what you're going to see. When it's wrong side, the wrong side is just white. The right side has that red spot through there as well. Yeah.
Then I'm going to sew the sleeve seam, because these sleeves are set in, so the side seams and the shoulder seams need to be sewn.
This is the bundle we're working from, 5445 ADGC 60. Now,
so with the shoulder dart facing down the sleeve, just going to join that underarm sleeve seam there.
So we're now stitching. If I show you where we're stitching, and this is just a straight line, we put the dart in at the elbow and we're going to stitch all the way along. Okay, so that's your sleeve, and we're stitching this bit along there. So the dart's in only on one side?
Yes, it's at the back sleeve. So if you imagine when you stand, our arms face slightly forwards, don't they?
Oh, so
it's there.
Nice.
Yes.
I really do like this jacket, I have to say.
Okay, so that's 2 sleeves done, and 2 darts. And what I did at the end of that dart was I made a knot, and then I put a pin in it. I'll do another one to show you. Just made a knot, popped a pin in it, worked that just down to the end of the dart, and then I can trim that off, and it means it's secure, but there's no reversing, which might make the end of a dart a bit puckered. Okay. And we don't want any puckering.
No, we don't. So but this is all going to be on the inside of our reversible jacket, so you won't see any of these threads.
Yes.
Will you? So it doesn't...
No, and all the sleeves are... the seams are pressed open, so it adds to that sort of clean lines and flat.
That's a very good description of it. It's clean lined. No collars to worry about, no cuffs to worry about. Perfect. I could make this.
Of course you could. Definitely.
I could do it.
Yeah. So those are our sleeves.
Yep.
And then we've got the back, and I've sewn one shoulder dart, and then I'm going to sew the other shoulder dart. Again, it's a very similar size, actually, to the sleeve.
So it's subtle sizings with this, isn't it? Yeah. Very subtle, but just makes the difference.
Yeah, in pattern cutting terms, it is the subtlety that can make something look and fit so well. It doesn't need to be a great big dart.
So Jenniffer, once we've done one dart,
yes,
do we know? Do we do all darts the same?
Yes, same technique. So I've done most of them. I just wanted to demonstrate a couple.
And you sew your dart on the wrong side.
Yes, the wrong side, starting at the widest point and tapering off to the dart point.
Nice.
And it's worth slowing down for that last couple of centimetres.
Now, of course, we've got Jenniffer here, expert dressmaker, talking us step by step through. But you're not alone, because when you also get your Clothkits pattern. Shows you how to lay out, which is the wrong side, which is the right side. Again, it's got your sizings there. And as Jenniffer pointed out, this is your finished jacket size chart. On the actual packet itself, it gives you your body size chart. I'm going to translate these into inches in just 1 minute for you. It shows you when to iron these. We were saying the other day how friendly Clothkit pattern instructions are.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Really nice.
I like
and
the
friendly
illustrations.
And inviting.
And
yeah.
yes.
And very clear. And because it's all different colours, you know which is the right side of your fabric, which is the wrong side of your fabric. Really lovely. Now, I just need to find a... Have we got a tape measure?
Yep, certainly.
Anyway, please. Look at this. Brilliant. Perfect. Because a lot of you have been asking, what's that in inches?
Yeah.
So the largest size, let's go with the largest size. So 112 is your bust measurement, which is 44 inches. And hips, just over 47 inches. And waist, 37.5 inches. Nice.
So that's the other bust dart sewn. Now we can put the fronts to the back at the shoulder seams.
Is it wrong? I'm already thinking which side would be my favourite, and I'm thinking that I would make that one second. Because if this is the first time I've made anything like that, if I made any little mistakes, I'd do that on the one side I wasn't going to wear as often.
Whatever works. No, it's not wrong at all.
And then I'd be sort of
Whatever
expert
works.
by the time I come to
I'm a
do
big
the other
fan
one.
of encouraging people just to go for it, and you just learn so much by making things.
Yeah, you
and
do.
have fun in the process. It's really
Yes.
good. I didn't mention, but I will now, that I've stay-stitched these neck edges. And
Now,
stay
talk
stitching.
to me about a stay stitch,
Okay,
because these terms are ones that sort of whooshed over some people's heads.
Okay, especially useful on curves and necklines. You can see on the navy blue one, possibly I should have done it in a bright colour, but anyway, it's there. And so the binding is going to be sewn 1 centimetre from that raw edge. So I always want my stay stitching to be within a seam allowance or within the bound edge. And
So
it
there's-
is a sewing line that stabilises fabric. It stops it from stretching and distorting out of shape.
Because some of this will be on the bias.
Yes.
And so you don't want that moving around.
You don't want the neckline to become bigger than the pattern. So it's keeping something true to its pattern piece.
Within the seam allowance, so the binding will go over the top. You will never see it, but it's just one of those. It's like wearing a good pair of support pants, isn't it? Keeps everything where you want it.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but I will now.
Sorry, that's ruined it for you forever, hasn't it? Now, this is the blue colour that I'm wearing today. It has a different colour interior. That interior fabric is available, is available on the website by the half
I love that fabric.
metre. So you have enough to make the jacket reversible with that fabric there. But you see, the thing that happened is lots of you were watching earlier and went, oh my goodness, I love that fabric. And by that fabric, I mean this fabric, because it's reversible. Oh, let me put my microphone around where it should be. Now, this isn't in the bundle, but so many of you are asking for it that let me tell you, it's available on the website by the half metre, and you would need 2 meters of it. And then it's just bound in just a grey. That's, I think that was charcoal from our Makower, and you can buy that. So, you know, if you buy the bundle, then you've got the Joel Dewberry, that one's coming in your bundle. But lots of you wanting the other fabric. So that's why I just make you aware. And then you'd have that gorgeous linear to make something else.
Yeah.
So lots of options.
So I've started at the bottom edge, so that lower hem edge, and I've sewn up the side seam with the bust dart facing downwards. And a bit like chain piecing, I'm going to go straight to the shoulder seam.
Okay.
Instead of pulling the thread out and cutting it off.
So we're going from, and can you show it on here?
I've sewn from there to the underarm. I'm now here. I'm going to sew across there and then carry on across the other side.
Okay.
Because it's economical with time and it saves thread.
How long would this take then? Is this 2 days, 3 days?
Yeah, I think it depends on your pace and how long you take to cut out. I think if you're really speedy, you could do it in a few hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Both?
Yeah, because it's a duplicate. Once it's cut, you could do this sort of chain piecing idea and just do, say, all the darts, like the outer and the inner, do all of the darts. Because while you're on darts, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, just do all the darts, yeah. And when you get into flow and you're just sewing the side seams, you can do all of the seams of that, and then you could set the sleeves in of both. So while you're sort of in the mood and in the flow of one process, just do it for both, and then put them together and bind it.
Brilliant.
And then the hand stitching of the binding is a lovely sit down at the end kind of job. That's beautifully slip stitched in place.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So whilst you sew through there, I'm going to go and take a look at all of our fabric bundles because I realise that so many of you deciding which to go for. So this pattern comes with each of it. It's not available individually, it comes with each of the bundles. So that's the pattern. The one that we're using today, there's only one left in stock. And how many of you with it? And 3 of you with it in your baskets. So if you're after this gorgeous, I like the zazzy lining, then please do grab it. $54.45. But of course, you will get, what, £5.40 cash back into your account to spend at a later date. Hello, we'll deal with that in just a minute. So that is for the navy. Let's have a look at the grey. There you go. There's your grey there. So 2.5 meters of that grey and then 2 meters of your patterned grey. $49.95, thread, pattern, all included. VOGC 37. Now, because that extra ½ meter, of course, is for your binding. Now let's have a look at that, but in red. Do you do that? Do you find something that you absolutely love, then buy it in all the colours? Yeah. Here it is in red. So if you're crazy for the red, it's $49.95. Over half the stock of this gone. A lot of you loving that. VDGC 35. What I would say about the red is that it's a really warm red. You know, some are a little bit orangey. That's not the case with this. This is a lovely warm red, a very flattering warm red to this colour. Now the blue. Blow, blow, blow. And I love how we've even matched the thread beautifully. Look at that. Gorgeous. Oh, hello, there's another bit of thread on there. We get threads everywhere. Now, let me show you this linear texture one. This is the one that has the extra ½ meter so you can do your binding. So it will look a little bit different to the one that I'm wearing, but look at that. That in itself is, again, this is a warm blue. It's very flattering. Some blues are so cold, but this one is such a bright, rich, jewel-like colour. Really stunning. And we've matched it with the Joel Dewberry, which is, of course, what I'm wearing. $66.95. Gorgeous. Now, of course, what we need to talk to you about is your 10% cash back, because it's the first time we've ever done it here at Sew & Quarter at all, which means that on those big ticketed items, make the most of this offer today, please, because for today, and it is today only, 10% cash back on orders over £10. That will go back into your Sew & Quarter account within the next month. That will go back in there. Now, so, for example, a lot of you have gone for the overlocker. If you're a dressmaker, this turns you from hobbyist into sort of professional looking, I think, with those beautifully overlocked seams and the effect that you can get. I'm very impressed with this overlocker. The clarity, in even just this little display here that turns so that you know what setting to put everything on for which stitch. Very clever. You've got 12 different stitches that this machine is capable of. Let me just pull that out there, which are all catalogued in there for you. And then when you lift that up, it also has a handy little tool keeper in there. You've got your 2 different cutting blades, twin needles in there, so you can do anything from 2 to 4 threads with the overlocker. It's a fab piece of kit. I've never seen such a clear one. So that's £449, which means that you will get nearly £45 back into your sewing quarter account to spend on, you know, material, fabric. Brilliant, brilliant. So for future deals, you're there, you're sorted, done. Now, Jennifer. Yes. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, I was just pinning the sleeve in and thinking about something important to mention. It's really easy to put them in the wrong way round. That's a mistake that many people can make. And I've also done it too. Because it has a dart, you have a front and a back sleeve. And at the top of the sleeve, it's a different shape. So just take a moment, and when you're pinning it in, double check, fold it out like that. There's your elbow dart, and that's the back body.
So and the elbow dart should be in line with the back body. There's your elbow dart there. Back of the body. You can just...
It's a very, very easy one to do wrong. But what you don't want to do is do a beautiful job of setting a sleeve in and then realise that the arms are facing backwards.
Because then it would just look like a straight jacket or something. That would be wrong. That's not the look we're going for.
So I've just put a couple of pins in and I've double checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to look stunning.
Yes, and ease stitching as well with this is the key to getting those sleeves set in. So ease stitching, different from stay stitching. And again, in hindsight, I realised I should have done it in a really bright thread, but I've sewn 2 rows, 1 a centimetre away from that edge, the cut edge, and 1 2 centimetres away.
Let me just show
all the way around. Maybe it's more clear on this one.
You can see here, there's one line of thread there, and there's the other.
So all the way around that sleeve head area, 1 and 2 centimetres away, and then our sewing point is midway because it's a 1.5 seam allowance. So what this thread, and we're going to pull up the bobbin thread. So I've pinned under the sleeve in the armhole position, sleeve head, which is here, and then there are notches on the patterns that will really, really help you with this process.
To line up.
Yes, and I've just got some little chalk lines.
My top tip for you today on the stay stitching, because I realise the navy is difficult to look at there.
Yeah.
Take a look at Jennifer's 9 o'clock hour, because we showed stay stitching, not stay stitching, ease stitching in the pocket.
Yes.
So it's similar, but just with 2 lines of stitching, and you can really see the stitching on that because we did it in a very contrasting coloured thread.
We did.
So obviously this jacket's going to be fab. This is the joy of it, isn't it? Is those intertransferable skills.
Yeah. Ease stitching is such a useful thing, and it amazes me. I think I said this yesterday. That a line of thread can be so useful and transform a sleeve. Because if you didn't ease that in, you would have lots of little pleats. And what we're aiming for is a nice roll on the sleeve head, a bit like tailored jackets have. No puckering. So it's a process of easing that in to fit the armhole.
You know, referencing the earlier show again, when we ironed the pocket with the ease stitching in, you lot at home, you've got eagle eyes, haven't you? Absolute eagle eyes, because you were straight away, the ironing board.
The new mat,
Your ironing mat. It's available again. Here we go. This was, so busy over the weekend for this, and it launched. Let me actually put the iron away because there you go, I don't want to get health and safety and all that. This is what we've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, the most useful mat ever. Launched at the weekend. John had the pleasure of that. Centimetres along there. So you can measure all your things. Then also you've got 60, 40 and 30 degrees if you're trying to iron in anything like that. What a fabulous piece of kit. And you can iron on this side. So perfect for your workroom, you know, rather than having to get out the stand every time. But then you've also got the reflective side as well. If you want to really, really iron in those points, then you've got that reflective as well. But if you need it for measuring seams, maybe you've just folded over, then you've got the grid, so you can iron in. Because how often do we say, and you know, iron, just iron it before you stitch it. Well, then perfect. So extra security, making sure that you're getting it absolutely right.
So what I'm doing,
piece of kit.
It is, it's great.
How much is that? $24.95. Given how much you're going to use it, given how much we use it, bargain.
So I'm pulling up those 2 lines of stitching, and what that's doing is it's reducing the sleeve head to fit the armhole that it's going into. And between here and here, it's going to create that nice roll over the top of the arm.
Which is, I mean, we're not talking sort of 80s...
no gathers. No, not gathered,
we're talking
but eased.
just... Yeah. Which means, and that's why, you know, when I said earlier I've got big shoulders, I was amazed that this sat so...
It looks great.
Easily and beautifully. Love it. Very happy in this jacket.
And I would also recommend hand basting that sleeve in as well, whatever level of sewer you are, just because then you can sew it on the machine more confidently. I'm not going to right now. I'm going to
do as she
pin
says,
it.
not as she does. Is
I'm going
that
to
right,
pin
Jenniffer?
it. Well,
for time.
I feel that, especially because I did some easing of sleeves yesterday, I feel I'm kind of in the zone with easing, so I'm going to go for it.
In the easy zone.
Yeah. And just sew steadily from the underarm all the way around, and then turn it out and we'll have a look and see what we think.
I have to give you a stock warning. So the navy that you're working with, been incredibly popular. Has that now sold out? There's one left, but so many of you with it in your baskets. It's a bit of a race for that. And this blue as well is looking like it will sell out. So if you've got this in your basket as well, please do check out. Remember, you're going to get your 10% cash back for purchases at a later date as well. If you're buying with us today, we've got that promotion on today. It's exciting times.
Now, someone asked a really good question about this yesterday.
Did they?
Would I use the free arm? And the reason I replied, I probably wouldn't, but there are always several ways to do something. But the reason I don't, I'm working this way because I've got to keep my eye on that eased area. The armhole is underneath, the body of it is underneath, and I need to really keep my eye, as in have the eased sleeve facing me. So that's why I don't use the free arm of the machine, have the easing underneath. Because it's very likely you would have little puckers.
Okay.
Because a lot of I'm using the ease stitching and also my fingertips to manipulate the fabric so that we don't get any puckers. But if there are any, you can just unpick and go back and ease them out.
Okay, all right, that's all doable, isn't it? Now this is going to be, what seam allowance?
1.5 throughout.
1.5 throughout.
1.5 seams, and then the binding is a centimetre all the way around the edge.
So this is going to be
5/8.
wider than those stitches that you put in to do the easing?
Yeah, the easing is at 1 and 2 centimetres.
Right.
So my seam
Sits
line
in
is in between the two.
That's it.
So
I knew it
they're
was somewhere.
working for me because it's easy. I've pulled up the threads and they've brought the fabric in. I like 2 lines of ease stitching in this instance. On the pocket, I only needed 1 earlier.
Would you
but
take
sleeve
out
heads need 2.
the 2 centimetre one?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I was going to say,
and I've
because
used
that's
a
the only
long,
visible one.
Yeah, a long stitch length and no reversing, so it can just be pulled out. And I'll do that in a minute with you. And I'm using red thread, so it shows up.
Thank you. It is one of those things, navy is such a smart colour, and finished items look gorgeous in it, but we do realise that it's also quite tricky to see, so that's why we are using red. It doesn't come in the bundle, it's navy thread that comes in. But you're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. So we're trying to help with the colouring.
And every so often, I keep checking underneath to make sure that's not puckered, because we've got to want them to fit well. And so I'm going to, now we get to the easing part. I'm taking the pins out before I reach them. Isn't folded over or puckered in any way.
Now today, and I'd really like to make this point, obviously it's our 10% cashback day, but we've given Jenniffer the 340, the Elna 340, which isn't a computerised machine, so, but it's still doing a grand job dressmaking. The Elna machines all have really strong engines, so you can do denim and everything with these machines. Now the 340 is not computerised. You still get your cash back on it, but I just want you to show that you don't have to have an all whistles, all singing, all dancing. If that's out of your price range, or, you know, I know that sometimes as a mum, you know, it's just not, you know, there are swimming lessons or something to pay for.
I used a machine like this for years and years and years. I made dozens of things on it.
So don't think
and it served me well. So
that you can't dressmake with this. You absolutely can. It's the 340 AX sewing machine, and the reason that we have the whole stable of Elna sewing machines is that you can see, yes, it's lovely to have a £1,000 sewing machine, but you know what? The 259 machine, if this is in your price range and you want to get sewing, there's nothing to stop you making absolutely beautifully tailored garments with this machine. What we've made sure that we've gone for is a quality machine, which gives you a quality stitch, and that's what's important. You see, now I can just hear my dad saying, you know when you get a car and it's got electric windows and this and electric that, and I just hear my dad going, oh, it's more to go wrong. So he would always go for something like this.
It's a lovely machine.
Because it does what it says. It's a good workhorse, and it's got your basic stitches in there. It's got your straight stitches on there. It's got your zigzags. It's got all of those. It even
got
has
some decorative stitches.
It's got some decorative, and it's got some satin stitches
and
on there.
an overcasting stitch.
It's got an overcasting stitch. Yep. So you can do your
buttonhole.
Yep. It's got everything that you need on here, which is great. So there are those stitches on there.
So just bit by bit. It's not one of those, like a long seam where you could just put your foot down. It has to be taken...
It's a little bit stop-start.
Just step by step. Now I'm approaching the underarm position, and then we shall be able to see.
I'm with you. For years and years and years, I had my grandmother's 50-year-old non-computerised machine. It did a straight stitch, it did a zigzag, and I did everything.
Wonderful.
I did everything. Don't get me wrong, it was an absolute pleasure when I got a computerised machine, but it didn't stop me from doing anything else. And I know that a lot of people will have a machine like this to take to workshops. They'll have that big all singing, all dancing one at home, but they don't want to risk lugging that around to workshops or anything like that. So they'll have one like this, which they know is going to give you that stitch quality, and this will be the one that they take to workshops and, you know, retreats and things like that. It'll be this one. £259, FQJE83. We firmly believe that Elna brings you great quality, longevity. I mean, this has got such a history with Elna for their machines. They even have one in a museum in New York.
Wow,
the Lotus,
love to see that.
Which is the Lotus was one of the first machines that dressmakers used to take with them. It was a portable sewing machine, and it used to open out like a Lotus. And so Elna's got such a history, a rich history, and things that last the test of time are the good ones.
Definitely.
And that's what we're looking at here. So you can buy with confidence whichever Elna you're at.
Great. Yeah.
So, you know, we realise that it's for you. We like to offer every opportunity. We don't know what sort of sewing you're going to be doing.
Right. I have
So
just
that's
done
just
exactly
pulled
what
out
you
that-
said. I've taken out the 2 centimetre one.
Excellent.
And then steaming and pressing with the ham would make a difference. But what we've got is an eased-in sleeve.
Look at that.
Steaming does make a big difference to this, but there aren't any puckers in there.
Let me show you. That has been absolutely beautifully done. So you can see eased in through there. So if I do that on the side there, your shoulder's going to sit in there, the shoulder and then your arm comes down there. That is beautifully done, really beautifully done.
And it will feel at first, especially if you've never put a sleeve in, that you've got two pieces that don't belong together, but they do, they very much do. It's just you have to manipulate one into the other to make it work.
Hey, look, by the time you've done the fourth one, you're going to be an expert. And that's the joy of that.
Yeah, there's nothing like repeating a process for becoming good at it. Definitely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
So.
Oh, I love it.
How are we doing for time?
We've only got a couple of minutes left.
Okay.
Any key bits that we really need to talk about here? Because I know that you were very keen to help everybody.
Definitely. I wanted to cover that because it is, I think, the most challenging part of putting it together, but it's so satisfying. So the other one would go in, and then wrong sides together. You put the layers together, and then, so let's kind of...
Let's do it.
Mock that up.
Yeah.
One sleeve is missing, but we get the idea. So wrong sides together.
We'll have a body warmer on one side. Fine.
So pop that in there. So matching all the raw, you don't need to overlock or zigzag or anything because it's all going to be enclosed inside the jacket.
That's why this is a great beginner's jacket.
So wrong sides together. And then I would recommend machine basting all of those edges together. So stitch length, something like 4.5. And then the two layers are completely together and you know. And match all the seam allowances like the shoulder, centre back.
Wow.
You can do a little chalk line or a notch to match that together.
But you can go from seam to seam, can't you, and match those seams?
Just work your way around and then baste it all together. And then the binding.
Even you can start to see already, can't you, how fab that's going to be. So you've either got that jacket there or you've got that one there. That so smart.
Definitely
Love
look great
this.
with some red top stitching. So the binding, I would really think about where the joins fall on the design.
Talk to us about the binding very, very quickly.
Okay. So I've used the lovely binding maker, which you use in conjunction with your iron.
Let me spin that around so we can do that on this, and we'll have to do it over here. Now, you will have, any of the bundles, you will have enough fabric to do your binding as well. I would really recommend getting a bias binder maker.
They're fab. They really are. So that makes 25mm wide binding. So I've cut the actual piece on a bias strip, 5 centimetres wide.
Right.
And then put it in, and then press it as it comes out.
Here we go. So
in terms of the design, though, I think because it's such a beautiful jacket, I would think about where those joins, because you inevitably have to do joins because there's so much binding. Try to make them so that they don't fall in a really obvious place like here. So I would start, usually when you create something with a binding or like a join in a t-shirt band or something like that, it's usually left back neck. So I would tend to go by that same principle and start my binding here, and then there'll be another join that falls on the back body, just towards the back. So least obvious places.
Let's show this. So that's how your bias binding comes out.
Yeah.
So perfectly done. And obviously then it's going to be, you would then press it again, and then that is going to be your perfect binding to go all the way around. And now show us again, because we missed it, whereabouts you want those joins to be. I would tend to make a join
left back neck, and then and then because you need more than one strip of binding, there'll be another join, and I think I worked out with the binding I cut, the lower back of the body.
Right. So it's in discrete places. Yeah. So sort of round the back there. So actually, great tip for any dressmaking, isn't it? Make your binding discrete, and then sort of round the bottom there.
Yeah.
Round the back there. That's amazing. Jenniffer, thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, so the bias binder is going to be a big help for this.
Definitely.
But it's just, already you can see this coming together, looking absolutely stunning. Look at that. Now this bundle has sold out. I'm going to go through and recap the rest of these bundles, but you just get an idea when you get this home. Office wear. Woohoo! Producer Hannah would wear this in the office. She doesn't care. And then she'd be, yeah. I just think it's absolutely brilliant, absolutely lovely.
It is a
Jenniffer,
lovely pattern.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
Thank
We've
you.
eased shoulders, we've made pockets, aprons, we've talked over lockers, we've made the most of our 10% cash back. That's the biggie today.
Yeah.
It is only for today. I'm going to go and explain that just about now. Just leave me to say thank you very, very much
Thank you.
indeed.
It's
I'm going to
been
go
a
and
pleasure.
show you what we've got left. It's been busy.
Good.
Thank you.
All right.
Right, come with me. Let me show you these bundles. Oh, hello. Okay, well, we'll look at that in just a minute. The navy, has that gone now? Navy's gone. Congratulations on getting the navy. Anything else sold out? Okay. Very, very, very close to selling out is this, is the blue. That's that one. So you've got your contrast here. You've got this jewel-like blue there, absolutely stunning. And then you've got this incredible Joel Dewberry design there, $66.95 because you've got your designer fabric in there. And if the blue, this one, is what you get extra for your binding, that's what you're going to, but then look, your thread in there as well, matches perfectly, and your pattern. One of those bundles left. Oh my goodness. Congratulations if you managed to get your hands on that. Now, let me show you the red. A lovely warm red, this one. No hint of orange in this. This is a really warm red. $49.95. This is going to be absolutely gorgeous. There it is. That's the jacket you're making with that. VDGC35. Let me show it you in grey. Oh, there you go. $49.95 for that one. 4 of the red left. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a busy, busy hour. The thing is, you're getting 2 jackets for the price of 1 in your favourite fabrics with a lovely design. It's so comfy and easy to wear. You've seen how easy it is to reverse because I managed to do it in seconds. Seconds, I tell you. There's your grey, $49.95. And this is a true reversible jacket because you've got the binding around the edges. You know, because you've got that binding around the edges, it really is a truly reversible jacket. This grey, of course, very flattering grey, incredibly on trend. The extra, the dark, the solid grey is your binding. But hey, there's nothing to stop you from going for a crazy coloured binding if you're going with grey. Ooh, you could do all sorts. But you have enough to make it absolutely in this grey here. Just beautiful. $49.95 grey, very flattering. VOGC 37. Now, today, we don't have the jacket pattern by itself, but if you are after a Clothkits pattern, to just, you know, maybe you've just heard great things about Clothkits. In fact, I have to tell you, the other day when we had Clothkits on, it was brilliant. My friend Emma was watching and she sent in, but it didn't go through, a photo of her in the 80s wearing a Clothkits dress that her mum had made her. She's like, yes! Because I grew up in Lewes where Clothkits was on the high street and I had, you know, Clothkits was what we wore. That was that. I think my grandma probably made them. And every Saturday for my piano lesson, Mrs. Hazel liked my Clothkits dress, so my mum would put me in my Clothkits dress. This is your grown-up version of it. This is your 1950s tea dress. A lot of love for this. £12.95 for the pattern, because look how stunning that is. That's what it makes. Now this one goes from a size 8 to a size 16. So that's, if your bust goes up to 101 centimetres, and that's the finished dress size. And your waist is 83 centimetres. That's the largest of the waist sizes as well. But it's uber gorgeous. There we go. JBCY16. Now today's been a little bit different here at Sewing Quarter. What we've done for you is given you cash back. So, and it is for today only. It doesn't finish at midday. This will be for today. So if any of you are after, because I do realise that we ran out of the 680 Elna machine, that will be back in stock this afternoon. So give our customer services a ring and hopefully that will be back in stock. So just you will have to give them a ring because it won't show up on our website. You will have to phone in for that, but it's free. It's free to call, so you can call at no expense to find out. But I know a lot of you are asking about that one because that's sold out earlier. Elna, been brilliant in trying to get this back in stock. So please, fingers crossed that will be back. Make the most of our 10% cash back. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you ever so much. Have a lovely rest of the day.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!